Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning. Today our invocation will be given by Deacon Armando Cavada from St. John of the Cross. Deacon?
We put ourselves in the presence of the Lord, ask the Lord to inspire us, to guide us. Heavenly Father, we dedicate to you our service to the community. May the business that we conduct here today be beneficial and efficient. May the participants be inspired to act in the best interests of their constituencies. Open our minds, Lord, so that we can be receptive to the opinions of others and to represent our positions with conviction, without malice or contentiousness, with a spirit of cooperation, fair play, and respect. And finally, Lord, let not our ideology get in the way of progress that is beneficial to the majority of our citizens. We ask you this in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Deacon, very much. And the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Sienna Salazar. She is a Miller High School buck.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Sienna. Go back. I was waiting for that. Presentation. Okay.
Okay. Mayor, I'm going to do the attendance really quick.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Mr. Pesley? Okay, you're here. Great. Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't hear you, sir. Okay. Okay. Greg Smith will be here shortly. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Okay. How are you? Good to see you. I love the alligator. Never seen a check like that. Wow. Oh, wonderful. Awesome. Love it. It's a giving gator. Wonderful. Thank you. So this morning is very special. We have a very special presentation by Chenier, who is our partner and neighbor. So I'm going to say a little bit about how special this contribution is this morning, so we all understand the level of importance that this has and the impact that it will have to the community. Having a disability is one of the top 4 reasons persons who are homeless report as the cause of their homelessness. Someone with a disability may have difficulty finding housing to meet their needs or lack the skills and resources necessary to remain housed. So today's presentation is an exciting and very important example of how public-private partnerships can fight homelessness together. Our city's very grateful for Chenier's generous donation of $100,000 this year, with a possibility of $100,000 next year. So Chenier is very committed in giving back to the communities where they live and work. The Chenier Foundation wants to invest in the community in an area where they could have a measurable impact, closing a hard hard to serve gap. And this partnership and program will provide the tools to fill these gaps in case management and supportive services for persons with disabilities who are homeless. So the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living, or CIPSIL, has been serving individuals with disabilities of all types and ages since 1996. This organization annually helps over 2,600 individuals reach their goals for living independently and becoming one of 400 federally designated centers for independent living in 2002. So CIPSIL's programs range from information and referral, independent living skills training, tenant-based rental assistant, class case management, and so forth. The first year of the program will include hiring a caseworker, program setup, outreach, supportive services, and housing. The second year will see an increase in people actually being housed. And people will enter the program through the city's street outreach and referrals from other nonprofits. So the case management is going to address the challenges that these individuals have in trying to independently live. And I cannot express how much a partnership like this means and what this $100,000 is going, how it's going to impact the city, the community here, right here in Corpus Christi. So we're extremely grateful. And of course, they've committed to possibly another $100,000 next year, which is why, again, these public-private partnerships are so important. So I can't express how happy we are today for giving these monies and making a real difference in Corpus Christi.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Matt Barr with Chenier, and I just wanted to give a very brief background on this. It was about coming up on 3 years ago when we were sitting in this room. It was City Manager Zanoni's one of his first meetings, and this issue came up. And that was where we first learned about this, started wanting to learn more, started wanting to be a part of that solution. And so that's really where this idea was born, was at that point. And then since then, over the last year, we've worked with the city, with CIPSIL, on identifying what those gaps are in the current system that the mayor just talked about and designing a program that would specifically address those gaps. And so this partnership wouldn't have been possible without Marisa and CIPSIL, Jennifer Buxton at the city, and the incredible amount of work that they did to help design this program to truly address that. So Mayor, Council, we appreciate everything y'all are doing in the fight to support individuals experiencing homelessness and providing everything we can, and we're proud to be part of that solution. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Get in. Tall people in the back. Scoot on in.
Okay, good morning, ladies. I should have worn white. Darn it. Darn. How are you? Yeah, well. Y'all scoot on in. Judy's back. Judy, come on in. Maybe do 2 rows. Maybe do 2 rows. Yeah, maybe do 2 rows. Yeah, the shorter ones in front. Okay, so next up we have the League of Women Voters. who are very active, and I'm so grateful. I just want to tell y'all how much I enjoy the voter's guide. That is so useful. And so many people's first thing my mom said was, bring me one of those, the voter's guide that she looks at every year. So it's very, very useful and helpful. So thank you for that. Thank you for your advocacy. You have a very strong voice, and as you all know, that matters. So thank you in advance for that. And with that, I'll go ahead and read our proclamation today. So whereas 5,000 women, including a Texas delegation, were mobilized in the nation's capital for a massive suffrage parade on March the 3rd, 1913, the eve of U.S. President-elect Woodrow Wilson's inauguration. And whereas it would take until 1920 before the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which gave many women full rights to vote, passed both houses of Congress and was ratified in 36 states. And whereas this did not guarantee suffrage for all women, including women of color, women with disabilities, and women whose primary language was not English, and whereas the bold, courageous people who fought for the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution deserves special celebration. And whereas women today are active in local, state, and national government and are running for office in unprecedented numbers, reminding us we all follow in the footsteps of resolute U.S. American suffragettes. The right to vote is the cornerstone of our democracy and fundamental right upon which all our civil liberties rest. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March the 5th of 2022, March for the Vote in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I encourage all citizens, yes, to celebrate this special occasion by joining the march on March the 5th of 2022 at Water's Edge Park to commemorate the bold, courageous, and powerful people who fought for the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States of America. And I want to say that I am one of those women who are reaping those benefits as an elected Hispanic woman. So thank you.
Well, thank you. My name is Lois Huff, and I'm here with the March for the Vote Committee. We are 6 nonprofits that have banded together, and we would all like to get together to invite everyone here to join us on March 5th at 2 o'clock, Water's Edge Park, downtown at Park Avenue and Shoreline. It's free, it should be fun, and we want everybody to join us. Thank you. 2 to 5, that's right, we're done at 5. We'll have a lot, we're going to have a march, we're going to have some incredible speakers, we're also going to have a women's entrepreneurial marketplace, so it'll be a little pop-up market, and there will be food trucks.
Wonderful. Thank you. So.
Sprout just a little bit. Back. Make sure you can be seen.
Okay, where are our women in construction? Are they here? Oh, is it just you? Oh, where are the rest of our women? They're busy. They're working out on the streets. Yeah, awesome. Well, this is another exciting proclamation that we have. This is women in construction, another male-dominated field. which we're so proud to present a proclamation on today, because we know the capacities that women are able to fulfill, right, in any field. So today I'm very proud to also proclaim Women in Construction Week. Whereas the National Association of Women in Construction, Corpus Christi Chapter Number 4, has distinguished itself for 65 years as the voice for women in construction in Texas, and whereas the work done by the Corpus Christi Chapter Number 4 has benefited South Texas through community development and educational programs, and whereas the Corpus Christi Chapter Number 4 has unceasingly promoted the employment and advancement of women in the construction industry. And whereas the construction community, represented by Corpus Christi Chapter Number 4, has been a driving force in fostering community development through renovation and beautification projects, promotion of skilled trade careers, and a positive vision of the future. And whereas the Corpus Christi Chapter Number 4 has sought to achieve successful results for South Texas and surrounding areas in a cooperative spirit with other organizations. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March the 6th through the 12th of 2022 Women in Construction Week in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all residents to advocate for the value and impact of women construction workers, professionals, and tradeswomen in all aspects of the construction industry.
Thank you so much. I'm Darlene Lee. I'm with Gill Roofing Company. I have been with Women in Construction for 45 years. Next year will be 50 years at Gill Roofing for me, so I'm proud. We do several education programs to try to bring forth people into the construction industry. We have block kids for elementary school every year. We do a CAD design competition, and we give scholarships every year out of A&M Corpus Christi. We do community projects. Our latest one was we repainted the exterior of 2 buildings for Texas Parks and Wildlife out on the island. That was hot work, but it was fun. So thank you so much.
We commend you. Thank you. Okay, next up. Okay, I was gonna say, aren't they all coming? Our firefighters. Yay, yeah, exactly. Come on in, Carlos. Y'all want to scoot up this way? And then let's make a line underneath. Okay, so no need for an introduction. This is always very exciting to fill the... That's right. So this is exciting. Thank you all for what you do. And sometimes that's kind of dangerous. I think last year I was out in Cal Allen, 624, and those cars were zooming on by. But was it 2 years ago? Okay, there you go. So very, very important. This is a very important proclamation. We have a special guest as well that you'll meet here in a moment. So with that, I will begin with the proclamation on Fill the Boot for Muscular Dystrophy. Whereas the Corpus Christi Fire Department serves and protects our community every day and other communities throughout America as needed. And whereas members of the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association and Corpus Christi Firefighters are hosting the annual Fill the Boot campaign on March 11th, March 18th, and March 25th of 2022 to benefit the Muscular Dystrophy Association, or MDA. And whereas this is the 68th anniversary of the relationship between the Firefighters Association and MDA. By participating in this national event, many firefighter organizations in the United States of America are recognized each year as being the largest contributors to the Muscular Dystrophy Association. And now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March the 11th, 18th, and 25th of 2022, Fill the Boot for the Muscular Dystrophy Association Days in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to recognize the firefighters' efforts and contributions made to support the Muscular Dystrophy Association.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I got the bronze boot with me. You've probably seen this before, and we're going to give you the opportunity to start us off this year, as we normally will. Councilman and city staff, Peter Zanoni, thank you for having us today and for this proclamation. We do have a special guest. His name is Jude. He does have muscular dystrophy. He's a little bit shy, but he's the reason why we do what we do. As the mayor said, we have a 68-year history partnership with MDA. And what a lot of people don't know, we've raised almost $600 million. And we didn't get to collect last year, so we're looking to double this year, but we're going to shoot for 100. 100,000 sound good? All right, so that's what we're shooting for. And with that, okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Mirabal, and I am Jude's mom. 3 years ago, I didn't imagine that I would ever be here. I have no family history of muscular dystrophy. My son was born with it, but we didn't find out until he was about 3 years old. From that moment on, after mourning for about 2 weeks of the life that I imagined him to have, I accepted it, and I decided to do everything in my power to make sure that he had the best life possible, which includes being his voice. And if the disease should progress, as it is planned to, I will be everything that he needs me to be at that moment. His arms, his legs, I will give him the best life possible. And I want to thank every one of you for your contributions, because what it has done for my son is that it has provided him a drug to prolong the disease and the effects of the disease, so that I may have one more minute, one more second, one more day, hopefully one more year, whatever I can have with him. So thank you very much. Thank you, City Council, Mayor, firefighters. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Good morning. My name's Carlos Torres, retired firefighter of the fire department, and I've been busy and active with MDA Fill the Boot for over 35 years now. It is our #1 cause for firefighters and the International Association of Firefighters. In fact, 330,000 members of the IAFF fill the boot every year. We have over 2,000 events that are held nationally and in Canada, okay? And a little bit of good news, right before 2020 hit us, and you know what happened in March 2020? Your Corpus Christi firefighters launched the first Fill the Boot here in this area in the coastal bend, and we actually raised over $40,000 that first Friday. And then, as you know, what happened? The national pandemic or the worldwide pandemic hit, but that made Corpus Christi firefighters the #1 fundraiser there in the entire 11th district. That includes all of Texas and Oklahoma. We came out #1, Mayor, thanks to the citizens of Corpus Christi. So don't forget the dates, March 11th, 18th, and the 25th. Corpus Christi firefighters will be all over the different locations and various intersections collecting money. And with that said, a lot of you wonder, where does the money go that you put in the boot? I'm going to pitch that now to Tomas Cruz. He's going to talk about where the money goes.
I'll hold you too. No, but one of the things that extremely holds near and dear to my heart, we actually have camp, which occurs over there in Rockport at Camp Aranzazu. So it actually gets a whole bunch of the kids that have muscular dystrophy around Texas and gets them to go. They are no longer the kid in the wheelchair. They are no longer the kid with the disease. They are just a kid amongst kids They're able to zip line, able to do everything, able to swim. And for us, and a couple of us firefighters actually go volunteer a week's worth of our time. It's time well spent, because these kids, I think, make us grow a whole heck of a lot more than we do them. They do us more of a service than we do themselves. So it's my buddy Jude, man. And this is why we do this. It means something to me. It means something to Mama. And it's all that matters.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Zanoni. Now it's time for the council members, the mayor, and the city manager to fill the boot. So let's see what you brought out today. Thank you also, citizens of Corpus Christi, for helping us be the #1 in the 11th district.
Mayor, I'd like to challenge my colleagues up here on the dais to put in at least $100 into the boot.
The first, we won't say how much. Those could be 20s. Thank you.
There's a Texas Bridge Credit Union ATM outside.
They really should email us ahead of time.
Oh, okay. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, that was fun. I'm out of breath from carrying him. Okay, so it's a little past 12, which puts us at our public comment period. So I will ask Mr. Risley, please.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate.
Oh, yeah? Thank you, Mr. Risley. Okay, so I'll be calling each person in order in which you signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. If you choose to speak during the public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. But when the council's considering the item, you will not be able to speak at that time. So you really would need to choose which you'd like, at what point you'd like to speak. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer under the base of the microphone. And it will let you know exactly how much time is left for you to speak. Once you hear the buzzer go off, we would appreciate the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, please present it to our City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, prior to speaking. So with that, we'll go ahead and start our public comment. And we will start with Jeanette Protzeller.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Protzeller. I live at 13850 Howyer Drive. I wasn't planning on being here today, but I am. On June 9th, 2021 at 5:30, I was here at a planning commission meeting, and it was to change the zoning of an RS6 to a single-family 6 district to an RS6 SP, special purpose. And in that meeting, the Planning Commission, which is an appointed committee, voted unanimously in opposition of rezoning the case number 062101. And I thought it was resolved. But then on August 10th, it was Greg Garrison, who's on this list, said that the City of Corpus Christi Planning Commission has recommended the approval, and that wasn't the case. So I was back here in front of you guys, and unanimously, we opposed the rezoning of the RS6 in a residential zone, and that was approved by all of you. Then we had a meeting at Docks on October 7th that I was present. Greg Smith, city attorney, city manager, was there. And then on January 11th, 2022, you had a meeting here at 2:30, and you voted on permits for short-term rentals. And majority of you voted, one person said no to the cost of a permit applying, and it wouldn't go and affect the people that were in the residential communities. And then you guys decided the city was going to appoint a short-term rental stakeholders committee. But I got news last night that no one is represented and ignored the family and neighborhoods. It's basically people that have short-term rentals or real estate developers that are trying to monetize our neighborhoods. There's nobody representative from my POA. I had Gary Kepperich, who was there from the get-go of all the meetings with me, and then the president, Marvin Jones, he said he would help with the committee when we were at the meeting on August 10th, 2021, and he's not on there. All these are people with development plans and financial gains into our neighborhoods. And I thought the whole point of paid staffers were hired to support what was voted. And that's not being the case here. So I would like to see some type of representation that represents me. I'm trying to not have a short-term rental that was trying to get snuck into our neighborhood across the street from the canal. And I did say the reasoning why. It was reckless boating, light pollution, canal pollution, and noise pollution. And it was like Animal House 24/7 in our community. And here we have a strategic committee that's appointed by, our assistant city manager, but it's basically all the people that are into real estate development and who are also STR property operators. So, anyway, that's my public comment. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you please to abide by council chamber decorum. And that would be no applauding or otherwise. I really would appreciate that. And Mr. Zanoni, if we can please address some of the statements made, not necessarily here, but maybe Andrea can talk with Ms. Protzeller in terms of some of that, because, we need to clarify.
We can. In fact, as one of my items on the city manager report is an update on the short-term rental. And we're going to talk about the diversity in that stakeholder group, the fact that there is a blend or mix of business owners and neighborhood advocates. We've tried to get that equal. So we'll talk more about it at the city manager report.
Okay. Thank you very much. David Varga.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the council.
Mr. Varga, would you just point your microphone up a little bit so we can hear you better? There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to thank the council, the city, and the manager for being here. This may seem trivial to some of you, but to people like me and other people that take care of their animals, it isn't. There's a city leash law. It means all dogs must be on a leash at all times, unless they're in the backyard. They have to be secured. Okay, I follow those recommendations, and I always walk my dogs with leashes. There is a certain residence by my house, and this has been going on for 10 years. I also run that refuse to follow this ordinance. And therefore, 3 weeks ago, when I was walking my Chihuahua and my other dog, the bulldog that I have seen many, many times for the last 12 years came out and attacked my dog. Luckily, it was a Chihuahua, so I pulled it away out of its grip, and luckily the owner came out, as he or she always does, gather their dogs and go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I have heard "I'm sorry" from these people for over 10 years. I run in the mornings early. When I run, the man usually goes out there. He hadn't been out there because he has some kind of medical condition, and he would go out there at 5:30, at 6 o'clock in the morning. His dogs were loose. He lives right across from a church. I'm sure the dogs go out in there and do their thing, and you have to worry about it. Okay? Now, the thing and the problem with the city ordinance is the fact that if I call the animal control office and they come out to that residence, the dogs are already in the house. And they can only put down a flyer to educate them. Well, I did a monetary thing, not monetary, but I did a scheme of things. And in the last 3 weeks, since they were notified that my dog was attacked, and animal control did come out and give them whatever they did, they have been out 6 times. And whenever she sees me, she gathers them all up and runs them in the house. So the ordinance in theory is good, but in practicality, it doesn't work, because citizens like me cannot file a complaint because I have to go through animal control. And therefore, the system is flawed. And we need to work on that system where residents can come out, file a complaint, and the animal control has the authority to go out and say, "You have done something wrong. We're going to put a fine on you. We're going to, whatever it takes to get these people's attention." And that is my problem, and it's been going on for a long time. And one of these days, these people are going to have a lawsuit on their hands, or someone's going to be injured. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Varga. Melissa Zamora?
Hello, my name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway. It's been a while since I've been able to make it. Really hard at work and working in the community, going to school, trying to better my life and those around me. The applause thing is a little confusing. I heard applause earlier before public comment, and then when public comment starts, the public is not able to applause. I think that's interesting. Recently, the council was sent information on climate change and sea level rise from NOAA. I hope that y'all paid attention to that information, as we have yet to see a climate action plan to address the many issues we face here in Corpus Christi, that a lot of young people have been expressing that they would like to see for our city. My main talking point will be about the Chenier donation. Homeless services in the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living deserve abundant funding, but the council needs to seriously consider why Chenier is providing a donation. Last year, Chenier was fined $2.2 million for its Sabine Pass LNG export facility just across Sabine Lake from a small Port Arthur community. The charges stem from an investigation by the U.S. Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration of several cracks that were found in tanks at the facility in January of 2018. That the agency said could have have created a flammable cloud of low-lying gas that would have gathered around the tanks. Not only were these tanks designed not up to standard according to the agency,
but Chenier didn't have alarms properly set to warn of hazardous conditions that could have prevented these cracks from happening. When the flare at Corpus Christi LNG is lit, it releases, according to the company's incident reports with the TCEQ, hundreds of pounds of pollutants, volatile organic compounds, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, and greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide or methane. As Chenier's producing capacity grows, so too does their air pollution emissions. In April 2021, Chenier applied to the TCEQ for an amendment to their air quality permit to authorize additional emissions. Residents from both Nueces and San Patricio came together and filed a contested case hearing with TCEQ. Residents stated that they took action because the flares exacerbate their respiratory illnesses and they're worried about their children's health. The Environmental Integrity Project had a lawyer who helped the residents file this hearing. And one of the issues was that we have the facilities that is already reporting emission events where they are exceeding some of their permitted flare or levels from the flares. Although their donation may seem very generous, Coastal Bend residents are shouldering an unfair burden that is making Chenier wealthy. With Chapter 313 agreements alone, Chenier has received more than $500 million in tax breaks over the fiscal year of the last 3 years in San Patricio County.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, Ms. Zamora. Thank you for your comments. Mark Saber?
My name is Mark Sieber. I moved here in '86. I opened up a nightclub business called Zeros, ran it 29 years. I ended up marrying my bartender. I have 4 children, 3 of which were adopted. Now for a little history lesson. A significant part of our history was in 1519 when Alonso Alvarez de Pineda, a Spanish explorer, discovered the Gulf Coast. Landing here on the Feast of Corpus Christi, he chose the name for our city. It seems like the idea of a monument of Christ has been popular over the years. In 1928, Guzan Borglum, a creator of the Mount Rushmore National Memorial, fell victim to local political battling when his plan for a 32-foot statue in the bay never materialized. In 1954, a group proposed a statue, which would have been the largest in the world, 40 foot taller than a 98-foot Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. In 1971, 2 Mexican artists showed up with a 16-story steel and marble colossus envisioned as a bicentennial gift from Mexico. Another rejection came in 1979, and then again in 1995 by local international renowned sculptor Ken Olberg. One can only imagine what Corpus Christi would be like if one of those plans had been carried out, artwork that would have rivaled the Statue of Liberty. The sign of a great city is the strength of its cultural life. In theory, a monument is part of a community's diary. I kind of find it ironic that even when I asked my own children and grandchildren, they had no knowledge of what the words Corpus Christi meant. And perhaps, like, when you guys get home, maybe even ask your own children to see if they know. Since everything is bigger in Texas, I think it'd be appropriate to not only construct a statue of Christ, but make it the largest in the nation. Currently, the tallest Christ statue is in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. The population of only 2,000, the closest airport, major airport, is like 3.5 hours away, and surprisingly enough, it draws over 5,000 tourists a year. The Texas State Fair, lasting 1 month, draws over 2 million guests thanks to the 55-foot marketing icon Big Tex. Locally, the Selena Monument attracts over 30,000 people annually. This is evidence of the benefits that monuments can bring. As far as the costs go, there is a 67-foot Sam Houston statue, which can be seen for over 6 miles, which was founded by volunteers and money being raised from the sale of paving bricks, which they put their names on. Whoever bought one, the price ranged from $1,000 to $5,000, depending on the size. And this was in Huntsville, Texas. I think it's time to step up to the plate, find a location, organize funding plan to improve our property of tourism for future generations. You can, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Cyber. We appreciate that. Sylvia Campos?
Mayor, City Council, Sylvia Campos, 4410 for District 2. Once again, your attempts to silence and rush this process is evident in redistricting. I don't see a way for all of us to move our neighborhoods around. I only hear precincts. That is not what the intent of redistricting is. We are also trying to work within the framework of the 5 single districts, when in reality, it really should be 8. We will never have fair representation until this is fixed. The only way that can be addressed is through a charter amendment. So people, please, I hope you're listening. The other would be to have an independent redistricting committee. So let's try to work with what we have experienced so far. We have a law firm that advises you that since all of you have interest in the redrawing of the maps, then that is legal. No, sir. That's why maps get challenged so much. It may be legal now, but it's still not right. Just like when it was legal when women didn't have the right to vote, or gay marriages weren't treated equally. You are having difficulty processing this, and you want the public to understand it? You exclude people with your rule changes regarding public comments, and do not mention you have now eliminated anyone else here that still wants to make public comments unless they sign up 30 minutes prior to comments. You have once again decided 1 minute for out-of-town people or not locals and 3 minutes for residents, but yet give out out-of-town peddlers 15 or more, including giving you slide representations of what they want to sell us. Of course, their version is what is best for our own city. I live in District 2, but yet I still care. I still care about the people in North Beach, the Island, West Side, North Side, and South Side. Organizing takes time and intention. I applaud some of the groups like South Padre Island, Morningside, Lindell, but what about the others that have not had a chance to figure out what are the common interests, for example, South Side? I ask you, please, slow it down. Give us the access to change our own neighborhoods. Why do we have to rely on, I don't know, Cameron, to make the changes? This should be interactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Robert Goodman.
Good morning, all. I'm here again to report on a problem we have with this AT&T 5G cell antenna that's on Peppermill Drive and Ridgestone Drive. I'm here to discuss the location of the antenna, which according to 2018 City Ordinance and Regulations, Section 49-82, defines locations that are permissible. And it states antennas are restricted or prohibited from municipal parks, historic districts, and especially residentially zoned areas. This ordinance was signed by Mayor McComb and you council members in 1982. It's document 031523. Why was this contract and this ordinance ignored? You people passed this ordinance, and now it seems like you're going against it. You're not putting it in a safe area away from residents' homes. It seems like you're going against it, and the location of the node is on our street, goes against this section of 49-82, Part A. Now, in 2021, just last year, the state of New Hampshire formed a commission to investigate complaints of the ill effects, medical ill effects of the 5G cell microwave radiation. And they commissioned, I believe it was 5 commissioners from all different aspects. It was a nonpartisan group. And they came to the conclusion and formed an ordinance that restricted microcell 5G antennas from being no less than 1,500 feet from populated areas. Your ordinance states here presently in historic sites that the antennas could be no less than 300 feet away from historic buildings or other historic districts. But it's okay to put a cell antenna 50 feet from our front doors, bedroom windows, and living room windows. And this 5G is at least 5 times more powerful than 3 and 4G. Now, many ill effects have been documented. Most of them are neuropsychiatric, such as headaches, which my wife and I had last night since they powered this thing up last week. Insomnia, anxiety, memory loss, neoplastic diseases. And they found in this New Hampshire study that firefighters were experiencing these things. So we want you to please immediately take a move, remove this antenna, or we'll be forced to take more aggressive action, and not, including but not limited to putting this issue on social media
Thank you.
and taking legal action.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. And Peter, can we have legal address some of the issues with the 5G?
Yeah, right. Go ahead, Miles.
We're preempted by the
Yeah,
state of
elaborate,
Texas.
Yeah, Miles says we're preempted, but we may have an ordinance, but the state law preempts that, supersedes that. So we know that the state law, the legislature passed state law that enables AT&T and other telephone or telecommunication providers to put the 5G cell towers in locations that we may not want them, but the legislature approved that. Let me just add, though, that Peter Collins, who's here with us today, our IT director, I asked him to reach out to AT&T, which he's done, and he will be AT&T will be visiting here in Corpus Christi next week with Peter Collins and looking at this site in particular and having more conversation with him on what they might be willing to do. I know Councilman Pusley has asked that we just flat out ask AT&T, can you move it? And we have done that.
Right.
We could make a recommendation to help finance it if we need to. They have invested some money in the location currently. But we do hear the residents. I know the council hears them and the mayor as well. So we're working on that today, and we'll have more information next week.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zanetti. Tony Jimenez?
Tony Jimenez, 7002 Ridgestone Drive. As you guys know, we've been trying to fight the cell tower since 2021. And we presented papers, we presented everything that could be presented without going to an attorney. There's still no end of the light, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. I understand what you're saying, you're working on it. Mr. Pusley last week stated that after the 1-8 meeting, you gave that to Mr. Snowden through process or for the group of project development and Al Raymond. Do you guys realize that project development Al Raymond has known about this since April 2021? He does. I guarantee you, none of you have. They already know about this. We're a year late. All we're doing is kicking the can down the street. We're just rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. I have talked to the Mrs. Zapata, our favorite buddy, that refuses to call. She actually told me, you don't have a problem with us. You got a problem with your city. The city was given a map, and they were asked if you wanted to move the towers. Not one of you guys did anything. Not one did anything. That lady told me, not her boss, Kelly Kerbo, which you know about. He's the external and legal affairs head chief at AT&T. Told me the same thing. He goes, you got a problem with the city council. They were given an option to these things be moved or relocated, and not one spoke up. Not one. So they're telling us we're preempted, and they're telling us a completely different story. Okay. Also, last week the comment was made, AT&T is a great partner. I've been to 5 council meetings, and that lady that spoke before, she's got a good point. Shanier's a good partner. They show up with a check. 2 weeks ago, the Hooks showed up with 2 checks. It's almost like you guys listen when that check is presented And they do, they get 20 minutes to talk. We get 5 minutes to talk about something that's affecting somebody's life. I mean, AT&T is a great partner. Was there a check given to somebody, to the commission? I mean, what was done? A partner is always usually a give and take, quid pro quo. You give me something, I give you something, right? So what was given to the point that we have become collateral damage to you guys? That's all we are. We have told you we got headaches. I have an 11-year-old daughter. I'm getting emotional because this really hurts. And you guys don't care. She runs from the house to the car to go to school because she's afraid she's going to get that headache again. When she gets home, you know what she does? Runs to the house. She's 11 years old. She's sleeping with us in the back bedroom because she's afraid she's going to get a headache. And all I hear is, AT&T's a great partner. If they're such a great partner, do something about it. Let them fix the problem. This is nuts. You guys are going to kill people. And the sad part is, technically, you don't know anything about it. We have given you everything that you can do to read, and there's nothing. I get nothing. I mean, it's to the point is that it's ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And no, we're not clapping, I'm sorry. Let's make another factual statement. There was nothing brought to this council that we were voted on or not. Please enlighten us there.
Right, yeah, on the policy, so as we said, the state legislature passed legislation, I think 2 sessions ago, that enabled telecommunication companies to use city infrastructure like light poles, utility poles, to place 5G towers with minimal restrictions. So we're working within the confines of the state law. However, as I mentioned, we are doing something. We've personally contacted AT&T. Right. They will be here next week. That's something. We're doing something. And on the map, we did suggest several changes that they showed to us with Al Raymond. We made numerous changes. We made changes at the marina. We moved another cell tower to...
I believe I brought you the first one.
You did, right.
And I met with people in my office. So
right.
As I know, I understand the frustration. It is not fair to say that this council is doing nothing. And I won't sit up here and accept that we are doing nothing and that we are not listening. We are. The state legislative that delegation is who also needs to be, this needs to be brought up to clearly based on what you're saying.
Right. You're right, Mayor. So that one neighborhood, as an example, the cell tower was moved from the street to a nearby drainage type ditch. That was the one that you first brought to our attention. Right. They made adjustments at the municipal marina, and we are working with AT&T on this Peppermill Ridgestone tower. And as I mentioned, one option includes the city helping AT&T if we need to finance the relocation of it. Right. We don't want to do that. They're a very wealthy company, but we hear the community, and I know the council cares and the listening, and so we'll present something if we need to as an alternative option.
Thank you. Mike Mason? Mario Valdez would be next, followed by Rachel Caballero.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Mason, and I live at 13842 Topsail out on the island. My wife and I are retired full-time residents on the island, moving from Houston approximately 7 years ago. Prior to that, we owned a vacation home on the island, again for approximately 7 years. In early 2020, the house next to us was purchased by an investor, an absentee owner, who owns 3 other rental properties on the island, listed them as short-term rentals, and they were put on to VRBO, which I think we're all familiar with. Since that time, we've come to understand the serious negative impact that short-term rental properties have on our island neighborhood. Our experiences have ranged from DJs blaring explicit sex-themed music, apparent underage drinking, drug use, late-night pool parties, and occasional fights, to the other extreme of meeting wonderful people enjoying our island as guests in the short-term rental. Underlying our concerns are that many of these guests are unknown to us and they're even unknown to the property owner, other than the address and credit card that was given to them for the payment. As a consequence of their actions, some of these visitors become unwelcome intruders and potential threats to our safety and peaceful use of our properties. When we purchased our home, we verified that it was protected by the city ordinance prohibiting short-term rentals. However, in 2020, we discovered that the city was ignoring its own ordinance and permitting the spread of these illegal properties into our neighborhood. Surely, each of you can appreciate our concerns by simply asking yourself, how would you react to your residential properties in your neighborhood being converted to commercial use with disruptive lodging businesses, and what the impact would be on your neighborhood and the value and marketability of your home? As a homeowner and informed voter, I support political candidates who share our interest in preserving our neighborhoods, our homes' values, and our way of life. In addition, where promises have been made by our political representatives to support these interests, but have failed to do so, it is highly likely that we island homeowners will unite and work to defeat those promises made. In closing, I hope that Mr. Zanoni will share with us today his plans and ideas for protecting our residential neighborhoods from the encroachment of these business interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Mario Valdez.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Mario Valdez. I live at 5206 Peppermill Drive. Concerning the 5G tower, you guys did sign the ordinance on 21 August on those towers. I have your document here with all your signatures on it. It should be in your dockets. Now, we're talking about, give me a second here, Texas Bill 10485 Legislate, line 15, subparagraph 2. This states has delegated to each municipality the fiduciary duty as a trustee to manage the public right of way for health, safety, and welfare of the public. Well, you guys signed that. It's there. You read us the bill, right? So that was your obligation, is to protect us from that tower. So why did you guys sign that bill not knowing or not giving the residents the opportunity to say, hey, let us research this. A lot of you guys even know what 5G is and what it can do. They have different towers out there. Who makes those towers? Where are they from? I'm just asking, do you guys remove that tower and move it somewhere else? Because I know what that stuff can do. I see a lot of blank faces here, but that's okay because I know what that energy is not very good. I was in the military for 12 years, so I understand this technology. I just ask that put it somewhere else. You went ahead and put a pole up and put that tower, and then you took that pole down because you couldn't get energy to it. AEP couldn't rent electricity to it. So now you put it on our light pole, which is using, I've listed it, 120 electricity to, 120 to light it. So why can't you move it somewhere else? That's all I ask. It's not that difficult. You took it down once, you can do it again. Thank you very much. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Rachel Caballero and Sandy Graves will be following that.
I'm sure you guys hate that I'm here, but I hate having to always come here. Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock Avenue. I'm always confused why people thank you guys every time they come to the podium. It is not only your job, but it is your obligation to hear us and act on the things that we're asking you to do. Obviously, today, that is not happening with this local governing body. All of you have received information on this 5G stuff via email. About this thick, maybe. I don't know if you guys decided to read it or not, obviously not. These 5G cell towers, 2 sitting members knew about my concern back in 2000. They made a mockery of it in a boys' meeting, a boys' lunch meeting, saying, oh, Tree Hugger is worried about the 5G cell towers. And now here we are 2 years later. And you did an ordinance. Unfortunately, under this administration or local governing body, there have been more ordinances passed than in the history of the last 4 mayors. So far, you guys have issues with desal, unsolicited beach involvement, short-term rentals, more ordinances than we can count or keep, that you guys can even keep track of. We have a city manager that is more apprised to keeping industrial relationships than he is to making sure that our community is safe. I'm here to let you guys know, the constituents are waking up. We're keeping track, we're paying attention, we're gonna hold you all accountable, and we're gonna make it known come November how happy we are with your performances. A lot of you sitting here are looking for the next step, whether it be state or otherwise. You're not gonna get there, not until you do what's right here in Corpus Christi. And the reason why we're all here, to be honest with you, is to be on record. So whenever this does hit the fan, we can say that you all were very, very well aware of it, and you decided not to act. So we're coming after you guys, so start getting to work.
Thank you. Sandy Graves.
My name is Sandy Graves, and I live at 15802 Gypsy Street, which is on the island. I also am a board member for the Padre Isles Property Association, but I'm here speaking as a resident, not as a board member. I wish to speak in regards to the STRs on the island. I want to make it clear that I don't oppose short-term rentals. They do have their place. I do, however, oppose the STRs in residential R6 areas, specifically on North Padre Island. North Padre Island is unique, and it's a desired place to live and to visit. I do understand why the city wants to cash in on that uniqueness. But this is our home. We pay high taxes, and we also pay a POA camp fee to live there. In Port A, approximately 80% of all dwellings are STRs. There's currently a developer who is building 75 cottages for that specific use. I can guarantee that the residents of North Padre Island do not want this. They will fight you. If the city goes forward to allow short-term rentals citywide without any restrictions, specifically for our island, then they better allow the STRs in every single neighborhood in Corpus Christi, including those homes and lots on Ocean Drive. Madam Mayor, City Council members, Mr. Zanoni, I need to remind you all who you work for. You work for us, and we are watching you closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graves. I'm sorry, guys, and I'm not sorry. Please, let's abide by the decorum. Patty Baker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty Baker, 15341 Tortuga Court. I came again to speak out against the STRs in the residentially zoned neighborhoods. I came representing a few friends, neighbors, and the STRs do have, again, as Sandy said, areas they're zoned for. This is fine. That's what they're good for that area. But please don't allow them in our quiet neighborhoods. Many of these STRs are overcrowded, loud, disruptive, and destructive to our neighborhoods. I actually did a little research last night and this morning, was on VRBO, Airbnb, actually called a couple of the local motels. We have many short-term rental options in our neighborhoods. VRBO had over 300 available. Airbnb had over 300 available. For this weekend, it's Barefoot Mardi Gras. Huge, huge event. Lots of options. I called local hotels. The one gentleman I spoke to the longest said there's only about 25 to 75% occupancy, and that's even including this weekend. And he said, I think it was last weekend or the weekend before, he only had 15 rooms rented. We have plenty of opportunity for short-term rentals. We don't need them in our neighborhoods. Chris News reported, I went online and I read that the ordinance was passed, and it was passed to protect the residential neighborhoods. A permit would be required, and that no permits would be issued to the single-family zones. Phase 2 was the stakeholders committee. That was there to deeply define the rules and regulations. But now I've heard again that the stakeholders committee is stacked. It's primarily 90% what I heard of developers, STR managers, STR owners. There isn't people representing us. And now they're trying to pass it where those STRs will be allowed in our neighborhoods. We moved to the island, my husband and I retired here, for a peaceful beach community. I think we found one of the best streets on the island, and I know I'm biased, but I can honestly say I love my neighbors. We have dinners together, we have block parties together, we help each other with projects. It's a community. I babysat my neighbors' kids because their caregivers got COVID. We take care of each other. When you implant these STRs in our neighborhood, it changes that closeness. And I think it changes our safety because these short-term renters, and I know there are lots of good ones, but there are many that don't care. They're there to party. They don't care about destruction of our neighborhood, our gardens, our walkways, our rocks, our whatever it is. I just hope the council, I know, will be voting on this in the future, and I hope you make your decision on the basis of representing and protecting us in our residential communities and our lifestyles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. James Klein? Frank Stover will be after James, and then Marvin Jones after Frank.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for listening to me. My name is James Klein, Jim Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. I'll be brief because I have to get back to work here pretty quickly. I just wanted to speak and just kind of reiterate some of the comments made earlier by Melissa Zamora, concerns I have about Chenier. I welcome the money. The $100,000 is a very generous donation. The homeless services, Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living very much need that money, I think, as well. But again, as Ms. Zamora mentioned, I think that we need to be aware and remind ourselves of the kind of neighbor that Chenier is. The $2.2 million that's been fined just last year for its project up at Sabine Pass is evidence that it's not a very good neighbor. I think as well that the flares it's releasing here, again, as Ms. Zamora has mentioned as well, containing volatile organic compounds, VOCs, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, and greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane, threaten our community here as well. And again, this is large part of the reason that residents from both Nueces and San Patricio County came together to file a contested case hearing against the proposed expansion of Chenier. So I'll just leave you this quote. This is from an attorney with the Environmental Integrity Project after interviewing people in the community here about Chenier's proposed expansion. One of the issues that we have with the facility is that they are already reporting emission events where they're exceeding some of their permitted levels from the flares. We see time and time again, a company is granted a permit based on certain representations, and once they build the facility, it turns out that they can't quite meet the limits. So again, in your future dealings with Chenier, I would ask that you keep this in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Frank Stover?
Good afternoon. I'm Frank Stover. My wife and I live at 13817 Longboat Drive on the island. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. First, the last time I was here and spoke, I'm a retired CPA and CFE, and I made a comment to Councilman Hernandez, and I've apologized to him for that. I think my comment was appropriate, but perhaps the way I presented it was not. So again, my apologies to Councilman Hernandez and to the board. I'm opposed to this short-term rentals in R6. We relied on the ordinance when my wife and I purchased our property because it's our retirement home. And if we had wanted to, and we looked at several very nice condos on the windward side, we could have purchased one in Party Central. We did not want that. So again, I somewhat get the feeling, based on Polly's report on the committee meeting, that we're getting a little bait and switch going on here. We don't appreciate it. It's not appropriate. Mr. Jones, I believe, was promised or committed a seat on the committee. He was not put on it. Again, I think that's a little reprehensible, and I think Mr. Smith should speak up and see that he gets on that committee. But again, please consider our community. It is not a short-term community. We've got kids that live on the street, people run up and down in their cars who have no tie to the island. They're just here for a good time. Let them keep the good time on the windward side where it belongs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stover. Marvin Jones? And then Nicholas Colossi.
Good afternoon. How's everyone? Are we having fun yet? All right. My original comments did not include the following. The first speaker we had, the nice lady in the back with the, she's still there? Yeah, with the red hair, mentioned my name, so I thought I might follow up on that. It has to do with the selection of the Stakeholders Committee. I've looked at all the names on there, and representatives of the public that are opposed to the short-term rentals are in very short supply. I was told by Ms. Gardner in her office one day, we had a nice chat, a very friendly meeting, that I would be placed on that committee. It's not about Marvin Jones, me being on that committee. It's about the president of the Padre Island Property Owners Association, which has over 10,000 members, okay? Put the president that represents 10,000 people on the committee so there's an opportunity to have a fair balance to that committee. Perhaps Mr. Zanoni would reconsider. All right. The island has opportunities for condominiums, other places to put short-term rentals. The association is not opposed to short-term rentals put in the proper locations. Let's clear that up. What we don't want are short-term rentals in the R6. Now, there's a rumor going around that the group is considering some sort of overlay zone that would allow short-term rentals in the R6. I hope that's not correct. And of course, if I were on the committee, maybe I would know better. So, having said that, let's not ruin the quality of life of over 10,000 people on the island. There's plenty of other places to put short-term rentals. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Nicholas Colossi? And then we'll have Lee Neitzel.
I'm Nick Colosi. I live on Community de Plateau on the island. You've heard a lot of talks about the SRs. I would point out that we have very small properties on the island. Short-term rentals will end up with 4 and 5 constantly changing trucks, which congests our streets and makes driving difficult. We are a community of children on bicycles, people jogging, people walking their dogs. Many of the drivers of short-term rentals only consider our speed limits and stop signs as mere suggestions. If you think these are merely complaints of unhappy homeowners, I would ask you to look at the police blotter for the island. Look up the addresses of public intoxication, drug abuse, domestic calls, and about once a month we have shots fired. Chief Markle's officers should not have to spend their time on a weekly basis to the exact same addresses.
Thank you, Mr. Colossi. Lee Neitzel?
I'm Lee Neitzel. I live on the island at 15070 Tesoro Drive. And I'd like to remind you on the short-term rental thing that this is a residential area. It's not condos, it's not apartments, so you get 3 and 4 bedroom houses. There's no parking on the streets, there are no sidewalks. So what do? You get a really crowded roadway. You promised to fix our roads. It's not happening. You put that many more cars on the roads in the summertime, it tears them up. Last summer, our road was in horrible shape. It still is. So why don't you think about not just the short-term rental aspect, but the whole picture? My next door neighbor decided, he bought the house, decided to turn it into a short-term rental. Nobody monitors that. I complained. You told me it's too hard to fix the problem. We can't prosecute. So that's not the right answer. The right answer is to address this problem responsibly and professionally, not just let it slide because you don't feel like dealing with it. Look at the roads, look at the kids, like Nick and some other people have said, You get the fishermen crowds that come in with 10 or 12 people. They're up at 6 in the morning waking people up. You get the kids that are coming in. They're staying up till 10 or 12 drinking out on the decks and making loud noises. You get the other kids who go out and they party all night. Then they come back at 2 and they wake you up. And then they stay up till 5 or 6. I mean, this is just wrong. This is a residential neighborhood, not a condo neighborhood, an apartment neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neitzel. And Johnny Stobbs.
Johnny Stobbs, 6014 Ayers, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Peter Zanoni, City Manager, and City Staff. Normally, when I'm done, you see me do it 100 times, do my thing, and I walk out the door, and you don't ever hear from me again till the next time. But today, something extraordinary happened. Filling the boot is very near to my heart. I used to be the coordinator for our local. I did it for about 3 or 4 years. It's still very dear to my heart today. We had Jude with us today. He's an awesome little guy. It's a shame he has to deal with what he's going to be dealing with. But every once in a while, something extraordinary happens, and that happened today in this room. As we were leaving, I'm not going to call the person out. We raised about $1,000. One person put half of that in that boot. And for that person, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Restored my trust, my whatever word you want to use, in Corpus Christians. And there's people like that all across this city. That's why Corpus Christi ranks always in the top 5% in the nation in these fill the boot endeavors that we do. For that, I thank that person. Again, I'm not going to call them out, but watch out for my brothers and sisters on the street in March. They'll be raising the boot, filling the boot on Fridays. If they're in the street, please don't honk at them. All it does is irritate them and irritates you. So let them do their thing. They'll get out of the street, out of your way, and just be safe. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stobbs. Okay, that'll conclude our in-person public comment, and now we'll go to our, we have 2 WebEx and 2 on telephone.
There's 3 WebEx, Mayor. Elisa Gonzalez is also on the list. I was just telling you that.
Okay.
It's an
Okay.
Do you want me to start calling the mayor?
Oh, yes.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so first on the list is Sharon Del Sus.
Hi, I'm Shireen Del Sus. I live at 6030 Tapestry, and I'm here again to recommend that you strongly consider protected bike paths in Corpus Christi. We don't have any here, and I heard that you just got $100,000 to help people with disabilities. And why I'm mentioning is because some people with disabilities, they really need to get mobilized with protected bike paths. And I have this interesting list here. Well, it's the Texas Department of State Health Services. This is a guide for determining driver limitations. So these are all the reasons why a person cannot have a driver's license, such as heart problems, even personality disorders, psychiatric disorders, past drug use. There's like hundreds of reasons here you can see why a person cannot have a driver's license, but they're perfectly able to ride a bike. And, you know, in Corpus Christi, to do your errands, walking isn't feasible at 4 miles per hour. So at 20 miles per hour with a bike, you can get to places like a job. So with $100,000, you can totally make protected bike paths. And the travel needs of people without driver licenses are not any less valid. So anyways, I just wanted to also present a video. So if you could please play the video, that'd be great. This is a response to a PR video that claims that Corpus Christi has great bike paths. Now, after coming here every week and politely presenting the case for protected bike paths, which we have none here, I presented statistics, facts, and even a petition. Does the city respond with any concrete plans for change? No, they respond with a PR video gaslighting everything I said. The video mentions biking by the bay, which is 8 miles, and I want to let you know that it only takes half an hour to ride 8 miles. Also, all of that path is shared with pedestrians. I already mentioned that the speeds of cyclists and pedestrians are vastly different. Pedestrians are 4 miles an hour, bikes are 17 miles an hour. So how can the space be shared? When a cyclist have these worries maneuvering around the pedestrians, believe me, that's not a fun bike ride. Not to mention the construction that interrupts the bike paths. Then the video mentions all the other hike and bike trails, which I already mentioned hiking and biking doesn't go together. It's a cute rhyme, but the speeds are different. But the speeds are different. But the speeds are different. But the video mentions itself, bizarrely boasting that the trails are 1 mile long. Now, if you do the math, it takes 5 minutes to cycle 1 mile. Who's going to pack their bikes in their car for a 5-minute ride? Then the PR video talks about cycling in West Scooth Park, which is on the road. There isn't even paint on the road for cyclists. I don't know why you guys are recommending the roads there for cycling. An employee I spoke to at the city told me it's safe because cars drive slow enough there. Oh really? Is that how you really feel? Then why did you install these concrete fencing all along the entire park roads? All of it. It's not for decoration. No cyclists I spoke to, the bike shop owners here, the professionals, the families, think Corpus Christi is making a reasonable effort to accommodate cyclists. None. That's why I have this petition. Close to 600 people agree with me. I presented a serious problem. Either say you are not able to fix it or you will. Don't try to trick us into thinking we are wrong. With tax money, how much did it cost to make this video? I see fancy drone footage and actors. Yeah, it's made in-house, but I put in a Freedom of Information request and
Okay, there's my mic. Sorry, I was trying to let her know her time was up. She probably could not hear. Thank you, Ms. Dilsus, very much. Next, we have Tim Dowling. Okay, Mr. Dowling, when you're ready, just begin, and I'll start timing you.
Okay, I don't think you can.
Mr. Dowling, can you hear me? We can't hear you. I don't know if your mic is muted.
Can you hear me, council members?
Now we can hear you. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Huerta, can you hear me?
Yes, if you would start over, we'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon, council members. Tim Dowling, 8017 Via France Drive. Redistricting Plan B is now on the website, but it's just lines on a map. We need the data behind it, otherwise it is meaningless. Your lawyer has this data. Why is this data not on the redistricting website so citizens can meaningfully evaluate it for the redistricting meeting in about 5 hours? I'll be happy to start over. You can hear me now, correct, Ms. Huerta?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. Tim Dowling, 8017 Via France Drive. Redistricting Plan B now on the website is just lines on a map. We need the data behind it. Otherwise, it's meaningless. The lawyer has this data. Why is this data not on the redistricting website so citizens can meaningfully evaluate it before their redistricting meeting in about 5 hours? Mr. Barrera said yesterday at your workshop, or asked yesterday about an independent commission, and the city's redistricting lawyer said that is not his recommendation, although the named partner of his law firm, Mr. Bickerstaff, said it's clearly the way to go. Mr. Caputo should have told you the commission was an option recommended by his distinguished colleague. If you had cancer and your doctor told you had to have surgery, I think you'd want to know that other credible doctors recommend radiation for the same condition. In that situation, you need to know both options and not have your professional advisor just tell you about the one he likes. It is your decision about how your body is treated. Similarly, the council should have fully informed you of the commission option as the named lawyer and Mr. Caputo's law firm most strongly recommended. Mr. Lemmer, you asked yesterday why there is a conflict of interest. Mr. Caputo did not deny there is one for single-member councilmen. He basically said, everyone has a conflict of interest, it's okay. This would be like if 4 married couples participated in an orgy together and said it was not adultery because everyone did it. No religious leader would agree with that conclusion. If a map is drawn that does not have your house in your current district, that is almost certainly It would almost certainly cause you as a single member councilman to reject it. That shows you have a conflict of interest because that might be the best map for the city, but not for you. Mr. Lambert, please look at my February 20 email to all council members where I explain this in more detail. Your ethics code says you should avoid even the appearance of impropriety. That's a very low bar. What you should do is appoint an advisory committee, but publicly commit to not changing the lines it draws. You're unfairly rushing this process. You want people to show up tonight to intelligently comment on a map. They've only had the best few hours to review and does not have any population or ethnicity data on the website. In fairness to the process, it's also shown by the fact that you had closed one-on-one door meetings with the city's lawyer. That was an off-the-cuff decision made yesterday that does not build confidence in the process and therefore destroys credibility in the final map. Public's entitled to know about all the input that goes into drawing
Mr. Dowling?
the lines. The council very.
Sir, your time is up. And I would like to clarify there are tables the tables that back up the maps, that information is available on the website. I'll have one of my staff members call you, Mr. Dowling, and show you where that information is. Next, we have Clory Torres.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Hello. Okay, excellent. Just one second, sorry. Okay. So good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Chloe Torres, and I live on 5430 Saratoga Boulevard in District 5. I'm calling today about agenda item M20, which is 220309, which is the Chenier Foundation donation. I am echoing the sentiments made by Melissa Zamora and Jim Klein, in that, like, I cannot overstate how much I want the homeless services and the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living to have all of the resources that they need. I'm so happy that they're getting attention and this funding. So I'm not asking you to deny the funding, but I do want to point out a trend that myself and other locals who have been working hard to protect our city and the Coastal Bend at large from polluting industries. We've noticed that Chenier is the second fossil fuel export facility that we know of that has offered money to the city this year. And I know on the surface, these donations seem really generous, but really they are indicative of an unjust taxing and socio-political system. And I don't want the council to be complicit in that. So as Melissa Zamora was saying before she was cut off, Chenier has received more than $500 million in tax breaks over the fiscal years of 2019, 2020, and 2021 in San Patricio County because of the Chapter 313 agreements. In addition, their revenues have consistently exceeded $3 billion over those same fiscal years. So $100,000 is a drop in the bucket for them. So what are they really paying for, right? So I know that Nueces County and Corpus Christi residents in particular may not be affected by these Chapter 313 agreements yet, but that does not mean that we're not paying for Chenier to be here. There are no natural or man-made barriers that can stop the pollutants emitted by Chenier that were mentioned earlier, those volatile compounds that are emitting from the flares that we can see from Ocean Drive all the way out from Gregory. I mean, it's massive. It has the Texas Observer reported on it, and it's called the Eye of Sauron. Is that really the legacy that we want to leave? So yeah, we and our children are paying for Chenier with our health. So I'm just asking the council to be really wary of these donations, because people like myself, Melissa Zamora, Jim Klein are actually out filling those gaps that Chenier was talking about in our community. Since the pandemic, we have had a consistent presence in our houseless community, whether it's food supplies, dropping off groceries for them, getting them into shelters, doing supply distribution. So we want our community to be funded, but not by polluting industries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Next is Blanca Parkinson.
Blanca Parkinson, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Go ahead, start your
Blanca
comment.
Parkinson, 10801 Silverton Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm calling today also in regards to the Chenier donation. I'm calling to urge the council to really, again, you took the donation, you will take the donation. That's fine. Our houseless communities could use it. But again, to echo what everybody's saying, it's when you accept these tokens, you really need to look at the bigger picture. Chenier has violated their air permit in 2018. They violated their air permit in 2019. They violated it in 2020. And the 2021 has not been made available for public viewing on the TCEQ website, which it should be. It should be. We're in February. So they have a pattern of violating their air permits. They are polluting. They are poisoning people in San Pat. And I speak for those people as well because their time has been cut down to a minute. While Chenier and we talked about that unlimited time. So again, you all, as you stated today, these public-private partnerships couldn't happen without you. You all are the middlemen. That's where you decided to sit, and that's what you decided to do. So it is your responsibility to take these companies to task and to hold them accountable and to even look. I guarantee none of you have even bothered to look at those deviation reports that they have out there. I wouldn't even call them deviation because actually they deviate 80% of the time from their air permits, and they're trying to amend it to be able to pollute more. And this isn't a left-right thing, so don't even. You guys love to do that and spin it in the news that way. Don't do that. It's a quality of life, health, like the gentleman said earlier. You guys are killing people. My 70-year-old parents don't know if they want to stay there and wait to get cancer or pack up and leave at age 70 during their retirement. And you all don't care. You just sit there and you take these donations. And again, I'm just calling to encourage you all, to urge you all to take a look at these violations because these companies are what they're taking is worth a lot more than the $100,000 that they're giving you all. I mean, it really is clean air, land, water. These millions in tax breaks. It's a lot what they take. And again, since you all make this all possible through your private-public partnerships, it's your responsibility to do this and to hold them accountable, not just show up and the checks and all of that, because there is another side to this, and they're health issues. They're health issues. They're common sense issues. And they're important. They're important to our community. And so if you all don't do that, you sit up there, and while the residents of San Pat and Nueces are fighting this, and you
Ms.
sit
Parkinson?
up there completely tone deaf.
Ms. Parkinson, your time is up. Thank you very much. The last person on the list is Elisa Gonzalez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Elisa Gonzalez, 4101 Brett Street, District 3. I come before you again, but this time to express my concern about a couple of situations that developed yesterday and since. First, I want to address the comments that were made at the meeting yesterday about the creation of an independent redistricting commission. Councilmember Barrera was asking about why such a commission was not being addressed. Mr. Caputo stated that his law firm does not support the creation of an IRC. Regardless of whether Mr. Caputo and his law firm do or do not support an IRC, it is definitely still something that I strongly urge the council to pursue. Just recently, Michigan received recognition for having produced the fairest maps ever. They did it with an IRC. Quote, Michigan's IRC demonstrated how IRCs can be used to step away from partisan gerrymandering and toward fair maps. Michigan also highlights the benefits of transparency when redistricting is conducted by IRCs. Partisan-led legislative redistricting often occurs in secret, with no guarantee of a meaningful opportunity for public participation, unquote. Unfortunately, despite requests that proceedings of this council be ex parte, transparent to all, the council decided to allow backdoor meetings to which no one was privy of individual council members with the attorney. This is disappointing, as it seemed this council was making good faith efforts to keep the process transparent. I also want to say something about the shape of the council with regard to our at-large membership. One of the at-large members said it all with this quote, "I'm at large, I can do anything I want," unquote. That is actually problematic, as was one person's definition, I'm not sure if it was the city attorney or Mr. Caputo, of no conflict of interest being everyone on the council agrees it's okay. All the at-large members live in the same district. To think that this does not affect actions and decisions in a biased way is naive, let alone not democratic. The council should return to a single-member district format. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, at this time, I'm going to.
Mayor, before we leave, to ask for further information, which I'm allowed to do under the public forum, I would like to ask our city manager to get a legal opinion on what the state does and does not allow us to do with respect to the location of 5G towers, 3G towers, electronic devices. I've heard two sides of this story here today, so I think it behooves us as a council to find out exactly what the state does or doesn't allow us to do. And if they have capped our ability to protect the health and welfare of the people of this community, then I think we need to adopt a resolution opposing that and send it to our state legislators and ask them to take action on it in the next legislative session. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pusley will follow up on that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. At this time, I'm going to recess the regular council meeting and reconvene the redistricting special council meeting at approximately 1:26 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. As the council is aware, the public's aware, the council did hold a special council meeting yesterday to discuss redistricting. A Plan B map was developed, and we're meeting today to review the Plan B map. Of course, Mr. Kabi Caputo is here with Bickerstaff to discuss that, and we'll hand those out shortly.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Happy to be back this afternoon to continue talking about what's now being called Plan B. I think for purposes of this, can we pull up the one that has the individual districts on it? I'm just going to kind of walk through the significant changes from the current plan. I'm not going to compare it to Plan A because we've moved on to Plan B. So starting with, I guess go up to, let's start with District 1. So starting with District 1, it gained 4 precincts, 24, which came from existing District 3, 31, which came from existing District 2, 34, which came from existing District 3, and 60, which came from existing District 3. It did not give up any districts, and it is now of a population size that's about 5,400 people bigger than it is under the current plan. So it's gained to almost ideal. I think it's 28 people short of being exactly the ideal. District 2, if we shift down to that slide, actually gained the most. Gained District 2. All of them came from District 4, by the way. It gained precincts 2, 42, 63, 64, 90, and a part of 92. And it gave up, as I mentioned, precinct 31 to District 1. That's the one up there at the top. District 3 gained only two precincts, 32 and 119. Both of them came from 5. They're down there in the bottom right-hand corner. And District 3 gave up, as I mentioned earlier, precincts 24, 34, and 60 to District 1. Those are the ones kind of out north of this map on the west side. District 4 picked up 1 precinct, number 17, that came from District 5. And it gave up, as I mentioned earlier on 2, it gave up precincts 2, 42, 63, 64, 90, and 92, part of 92. And then District 5 did not gain any districts. It needed to lose substantial population. And it lost precincts 17, 32, and 19. 17 went to 4, and 32 and 119 went to 3. So as I mentioned, District 1 grew by 5,400 people. District 2 grew by almost 12,000 people. And one of the things that the council had talked about was maybe putting a little more population into 2 than the ideal size in order to account for the fact that it will probably have slower growth over the next decade. And Plan B does that. There's about 1,742 more people in 2 above the ideal size. District 3 grew by almost exactly 5,000 people, and it's about 704 people short. That was another part of the conversation, was districts 3, 4, and 5, and 1 to some degree have room to grow and will probably grow over the next decade. So to kind of keep its population down. District 4 lost 6,862 population and is about 591 above the ideal size. And then District 5 gave up 15,200 residents and is about 1,600 below the ideal size. So we've succeeded in allowing it to grow over the decade, and maybe not, the whole system won't get so wildly out of balance as it did this time. So those are the changes. In terms of the demographic numbers, the numbers are very comparable to what the current plan has in terms of minority voting opportunity. So it's a solid plan to bring to the public and get feedback on, and we'll take those comments and we'll come back and visit with the council and make changes as you all deem necessary based on those comments. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay. No comments from anyone? Councilman Busley.
I had asked, and you had mentioned, Rebecca, this morning about the
precinct
spreadsheet.
list. Yes, sir.
The precinct list.
Yes, I
And
needed to revise it. I'll have it ready shortly.
Okay.
But yes, sir, you
Okay.
did ask. I just needed to revise it.
Okay, and do you have a chart that shows the percentage change from what we are now to what this plan?
I don't know that, I don't think that's part of the standard documents we produce. I can do that.
Can you do that?
Yeah, it's not difficult to
Okay.
do.
If-
I basically did it here by hand, so I
Okay.
can certainly
Yeah.
do it on a document.
Yeah, if you could do that, I would appreciate it.
Certainly.
See a copy of that.
Yeah.
I don't see any problems at this point, Mayor, but I would like a little opportunity to study this. It's a little unwieldy to try to do up here.
Sure.
Thank you.
No, absolutely. Okay. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Caputo. Thank you for providing the all the information today.
Getting off easy, I guess.
Yes.
I'll leave
okay.
you to the rest of your meeting.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, if we've concluded, we can adjourn the meeting of the special council meeting and then go back to our other meeting, the regular meeting.
Okay. Okay, I will now adjourn the redistricting meeting and reconvene the regular council meeting. And that puts us, section G, which is our city manager comments, and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, just 3 items today. 2 are infrastructure related, and then we'll brief you on short-term rentals as well. So the first thing we'd like to talk about is the wastewater consent decree. This is an agreement that the city has with the federal government to make a lot of corrective actions in our wastewater treatment system. It was many years in the making and negotiated, and about a year ago, City Council approved our plan, as did the federal government. And so it's 1 year into that plan. It's a 15-year plan. We'd like to have our 2 of our staff members, after Mike Murphy speaks, tell us where we are. Nick Wilkelman, one of our engineers, as well as Jessica Martin, one of our environmental scientists, will provide detailed updates to the council after Mike Murphy does a quick introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. So we're, like the city manager just said, we are at the end of our first year of the consent decree. And even though this is something that we're not wanting to be under, we think that we have a very positive presentation today on the progress we've made in just 1 year. So with that said, just a brief, history on the reason behind this. So Corpus Christi Water has reached the 1-year milestone of the 15-year consent decree agreement. The consent decree is an agreement with EPA, TCEQ, and the Department of Justice for proper maintenance of water, of our wastewater collection system that resulted in SSOs, or sanitary sewer overflows, and working towards the improved wastewater treatment plant and our plant operations. So with that said, and I use positive, in sort of the manner that typically on a consent decree in the first year, it's mostly scheduling, restructuring, and getting everything ready to go. But you will see in this very brief presentation that I've got the team assembled here that we feel like we're well ahead of our proposed schedule. So with that said, just once again introducing the team. Obviously, Gabe Ramirez, our interim director of Corpus Christi Water. Then we got Nick Winkleman, who is our lead engineer for our water department. And then Jessica Martin, who is our compliance superintendent for this project. So we'll quickly go through where we are after the first year. So I'll turn it over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mike. If we could have the first slide, or the second slide, please. Okay, as we mentioned, the consent decree is a 15-year agreement. It was initiated on January 11th, 2021. Year 1 concluded December 31st, 2021. The agreement contains both condition and capacity assessment. At the beginning of the agreement, many of the requirements are associated with the assessment of our wastewater collection system assets. As you can see, the city has approximately 1,100 miles of gravity mains. The agreement requires us to clean and inspect those mains. As you can see from the slide, we've got our targets for year 1. And as you can also see, we've exceeded both of those targets for gravity mains, both cleaned and inspected at the conclusion of year 1. Additionally, the agreement also requires us to inspect and assess the condition of other assets. Those include manholes, force mains, ARVs, which are air relief valves, and lift stations. Additionally, you can see that we've exceeded our year goals in these requirements as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Gabe.
Good afternoon. The city has budgeted $80 million in the capital improvement program for the wastewater fund, and actually $380 million over the next 5 years. So we have a lot of projects going on now and a lot more forthcoming. Some of the projects in 2022 include completing the construction on the Everhart and Staples lift station. The other major project that was just approved by council is the Wooldridge and Morgan lift stations construction. The Williams lift station construction is also going to be coming up soon. The Oso wastewater reclamation plant has completed phase 1 of the significant upgrades, and that included the new headworks and lift station, which was a great process improvement to help that plant run more efficiently. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jessica for the next slide.
Good afternoon. As we mentioned, this is a 15-year plan, and the EPA has outlined several benchmarks that must be met in order to maintain compliance. The ones listed on the slide cover the next 5 years. This most notably includes the inspection of air relief valves and force mains by January of 2023, which we are pleased to have completed all of ahead of schedule. Additionally, it includes inspection of all lift stations by 2025. We'd be happy to provide the council with a full list of the benchmarks, which must be met by January 2036 as well. Next slide, please. This last slide showcases the many components of the consent decree program that are being utilized, and it illustrates that this is not something that Corpus Christi Water is doing alone. We work with many other departments in the city, including GIS, IT, engineering, public works, many more. Achieving compliance with the consent decree has really been an all-hands-on-deck effort, and our accomplishments showcase this. For more information about the consent decree and information for the public, please visit our website. It's shown on the bottom of the slide, cleanbays.cctexas.com. You can also find a copy of the entire consent decree agreement on the website as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, and we're standing by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you for the update. It gives us some direction that we are moving along. However, I didn't see any information on where we are with setting up our preventive maintenance system and asset lifecycle management. The reason we got into this trouble is because we weren't doing the preventive maintenance associated with it. So where are we with putting all this information and putting it in a thing that we can replicate so we're not fixing everything and doing it over again? Thank you.
Councilman, the data is entered into Maximo, and then we use our Power BI reporting system to analyze the data. As you can see from the assessment information, that's allowing us to set our protocols, post first year. But the data is all being entered by our field crews into Maximo.
Okay, when you say enter into Maximo, is it, and just so we're on the same understanding here, Maximo has lots of components that you have to add to it. Equipment, year it was installed, what the preventive maintenance associated with it, what its life cycle is, when you have, estimated time of replacement. Have all those items that, and it's gonna be different for different for different equipment, but have those been put in place so we can have that preventive maintenance ongoing, and we're not surprised with emergency expenditures to replace things. I can think of a lift station on the corner of Everhart and Staples specifically, right? So I want to be specific in my question. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, that's a great question. We have many flowcharts on flowcharts of making sure that we continue this maintenance for years to come and everything is up to date. But additionally, specifically for lift stations, those have been one of our huge efforts. We actually are getting more groups involved and going on inspections. But in terms of the many fields in Maximo that you're mentioning, our lift station and major maintenance crews are working to go through the backlog of lift stations that don't have information entered in Maximo and make sure that's being recorded so that we can have that strong baseline to use Maximo to its full capability, like you mentioned, and plan out the future life cycle of pumps, electrical components, every facet of the lift station.
Okay, can you include that percentage or what has been done in your next report? That way we have some idea and visibility towards that.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike. We're going to go next to...
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Oh, is that it, Mike? Okay, great. Thank you, Mike, and your team as well, Nick, Jessica, and Gabriel. Thank you. We're going to talk next about streets. So we know that we have several major road projects under construction right now throughout our community. I wanted to provide you an update. There's a total of 8 capital improvement projects underway right now in our community, and those projects total $72 million for these 8 projects. 6 of the projects are Bond 2018 voter-approved projects, and 1 is from the Bond 2014. We're still cleaning up those older bonds. And then the last one is the Ocean Drive, Revive the Drive project. Specifically, these projects include Ayers from SPID to Gullahar, Bronner Parkway from Carroll Lane to Castorius, Calicote Road from I-37 to Upriver Road. Laguna Shores has several segments that are under construction, and some are complete. Leopard Street, Nueces Bay to Palm Drive. I've talked about Ocean Drive, South Staples from Baldwin to Castorius Road, and then Swantner Drive as well in District 2 from Indiana Avenue to Texan Trail. The South Staples project is the longest lead one. It's a pretty massive project, a concrete road on top of that, and it's scheduled to be completed in the summer of 2023. I just drove by there yesterday. They're making real good progress, working pretty much around the clock. And then the 7 remaining projects are scheduled to be completed by the end or even before the end of this year. So we do have a video we'd like to show you to put it into visual perspective for you, and we're going to have our AV control roll that video for us.
Here is an update on 8 capital improvement projects happening now in Corpus Christi. The first project is Ayers Street from South Padre Island Drive to Gullahar Road. This project is valued at $11 million, and construction began in January of 2020. Installation of sidewalk, curb, gutter, and driveways have been completed from South Padre Island Drive to Gullahar Road. Preparations for asphalt paving on the northbound lanes are currently underway. This project is 85% complete and is anticipated to be opened by April 2022. Next is Bronner Parkway from Carroll Lane to Castor's Road, valued at $3.7 million. This project started in August of 2021, and the contractor is currently working on installation of the stormwater system in the southern section of Bronner Parkway. This project is 30% complete and is anticipated to be open by the end of September 2022. Our third project is Calicote Road from Interstate Highway 37 to Upriver Road. Construction started in January 2022, and the project is valued at $1.9 million. The contractor is working with the traffic engineering team and TxDOT to finalize the traffic control plan and is anticipated to be complete in August 2022. Next is Laguna Shores from Grande Road to South Padre Island Drive, Hustling Hornet Drive to Caribbean Drive, and Mediterranean Drive to Wendell Street, and is valued at $16.6 million. Segment 1 and 3 recently received road striping, and final signage installation will follow this month. In Segment 2, the contractor is working to install wing walls and head walls for the Van Galen Channel. Once this work is complete, the contractor will finish area driveways and begin installation of the final roadway. Laguna Shores is 90% complete and is anticipated to be complete by the end of April 2022. Next is Leopard Street from Palm Drive to Nueces Bay Boulevard, valued at $5.6 million. Construction started in April 2021 and is anticipated to be complete in May 2022. Phase 2 of construction is underway, existing roadway demolition is complete, and work is ongoing for sewer lines and manholes. Curb and gutter installations will begin once AEP light pole relocations have been completed along the construction path. This project is 70% complete, and eastbound lanes are open for traffic. The sixth project update is Ocean Drive from Interstate Highway 37 to Ennis-Joslin Road. The Revive the Drive project began in October of 2020 and is 80% complete. Currently, the contractor is working in the area of Airline Road and Louisiana Avenue, and also at the intersection of Ocean Drive and Doddridge Street. This area is receiving a full-depth reconstruction in the southbound lanes, and final striping will be laid in the next 2 to 3 weeks. This project is valued at $12.3 million and is anticipated to be complete by the end of the summer. Next is South Staples Street from Baldwin Boulevard to Castor's Road. This project is valued at $13.4 million and is 31% complete. The Kozar intersection has been reopened to traffic, and the contractor continues to work towards Castora's Road with the installation of stormwater and water lines. This project will be completed by summer 2023. Our final project update is Swatner Drive from Indiana Avenue to Texan Trail. Valued at more than $7 million, phases 1 and 2 of this project are completed and open to the public. For phase 3, work is ongoing for concrete curb, gutter, and sidewalk installations on Glazebrook Street from Reed Drive to Swatner Drive. All underground piping, curb and gutter installation is complete on Swatner Drive from Vackie Street to Texan Trail. Phase 4A of the project has begun with the installation of the traffic control, and Phase 4B construction visit cctexas.com/streetinfo.
Great, that's a nice video by our internal team, and as you can see, projects across our city well underway. We need to thank our private sector contractors. I don't have the list in front of me, so I don't want to say some and leave some out, but we know we have some strong partners that make this possible. We appreciate the quality of work, them staying on schedule, and also staying within budget, so real nice. Since we're on infrastructure, Mayor, we know that you and myself, Councilman Barrera, were at a recent ribbon cutting last Friday, and so I wanted to show one other video on our fire department's brand new resource center that's located on Air Street. It's a 4,300 square foot building that'll replace the old semi-dilapidated fire station in the near downtown that's used to store emergency and backup equipment that we don't use every day. This was done internally, primarily engineered by our internal staff, by Charles Mendoza, our asset management director, for just a little over $460,000. A real nice project. We know that not everybody could make it out last Friday, so we wanted to show the community this newest addition to our fire department operations.
This is a very special day for the city of Corpus Christi and for the entire community. This new building called the Fire Department Resource Center will house all reserve emergency vehicles and other life-saving equipment in one central location.
For fiscal year 2021, the City Council approved the funding for the design and construction of this facility that you see behind me. By protecting our reserve emergency vehicles and housing them in one central location, the citizens of Corpus Christi should be assured that the city fire department remains fully prepared to protect and to serve.
And this is yet another example that demonstrates that clearly that we care about our fire department. The community loves you guys. We love you. This is a great day for you, more progress for you, and we'll keep doing that. Okay.
The little scissors.
Yeah. We went from super big scissors to little ones, but we'll get that for the next ribbon cutting. Okay, great. So Mayor and Council, just one other item, and we've heard a lot about it this morning. It's a short-term rentals update. The deadline for registration for certain sections of the city is coming up, so I thought it'd be good to share with the council and the community generally where we are with the short-term rentals. So some background for you. On January 11th, City Council approved ordinance that required all legally operating STRs in Flower Bluff and in North Padre Island to register and to obtain a permit from the city, and that is effective on Tuesday, March 15, so 3 weeks from now. Currently, short-term rentals are permitted in all zones, in all zoning districts that are permitted to have uses other than single-family uses. So that's a big catch-all. So there's certain zones, certain zoning classifications that allow short-term rentals. Those are, for example, planned unit developments, multifamily or commercial, anything but single-family development or zoning. And then the short-term rental ordinance that the City Council passed, what we're referring to as Phase 1, will require other areas of our community to register and obtain that permit by July 11. So the rest of the city has several more months. However, on Flower Bluff and on the island, they have to register and get a permit by the 15th of March. We're working on Phase 2, which is that tougher part, which many cities have addressed decades ago, and that includes adopting legislation that allows short-term rentals in certain neighborhood zoned areas of their cities, like an RS6 or an RS4. To begin that work, we convened an advisory committee or panel that'll help us in our work as we sound things off with them. We'll get their feedback. They'll be the kind of the ears and eyes of their neighborhoods or the industry that they're part of. We also retained a professional that has helped other cities write ordinances or legislation, Eric Wilhite, who's the director of land planning from a civil engineering firm in Fort Worth, is who we acquired here. The firm is Pacheco and Koch. And so he provided some real good information in our first stakeholder meeting and is working closely with Andrea and the other city team. The staff received with respect to that advisory committee, the staff did receive direct requests from citizens to be on it. We looked at other committees to give advice, like ISAC. City council members gave us certain members to include on there. And then just our knowledge with working with groups on other policy issues that helped us to convene a group. We are going to add a few more people to that group. Our first meeting had not everybody in attendance, and I'll show you the breakdown here in a moment, but right now there's 14 members on that panel. When you look at the breakdown, 6 are STR owners of the 14. 3 are neighborhood-based, and we could also describe them as maybe they don't want short-term rentals in their neighborhood. And then 5 are generally neutral, so they're neither operators nor advocates to keep neighborhoods traditional. So of that 14, we need to add a few more people to get a little more on balance. What happened on our meeting Friday is only one of the neighborhood persons was on attendance, but there's more that could have been in attendance that just weren't. So as we add a few more neighborhood-based persons, the likelihood that we'll have more involved in each of the stakeholder meetings will be better. I did want to point out that some of those persons include Polly Balzer, an ISAC representative. She was on and personally engaged, and we tried to give her the best information we could. We do have some short-term rental owners on there. Somebody's helping us from Visit Corpus Christi. Hannah Husby, who's done a lot of research on the topic, so she comes across as very neutral and very knowledgeable. We have a planning commission member. There's somebody from the Texas Association of Benefit Administrators, a real estate developer, realtor association as well. And so that stakeholder group is one part of the bigger goal, which is to evaluate land use and zoning districts to determine what, if any, single-family areas can be appropriate for short-term rentals. Contrary to what you may have read on Facebook and other social media or even heard today, we are very much in the beginning stages of this, and we haven't committed to anything. We're sharing ideas with the stakeholder group. We're sharing ideas amongst ourselves as professionals, and our consultant is giving us options and alternatives to develop. We can see that from today's conversation, there's passion on both sides, both on the operator side and the traditional neighborhood side. And this is a struggle that probably every city in America who's addressed this policy issue has seen. The goal is, in a great city like this, which we know how to do, which is come to some consensus or compromise, so that the legislation that ultimately is adopted by City Council will be favorable to the extent possible by both sides, both those that want to have short-term rentals in traditional neighborhoods, and then those neighborhoods that don't want them at all. So the council and the staff and the consultant, that's a tough job, but other cities have done it and done it many decades ago, and we can certainly do it here in Corpus Christi. So we'll be working with that stakeholder group, with the community, with the professionals. We'll bring you updates along the way on that legislation. The goal is to have something by this summer that'll strike a balance between both groups that we've heard from today. So Mayor and Council, that provides a quick update. One other thing on short-term rentals, we did place our website up now. So if somebody wants to get more information to include, wants to review the ordinance that Council passed in January, that website is www.cctexas.com and then /STR, short-term rental, STR.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Zanoni. And I'd like to ask, how often does this group meet? Or will be meeting?
Yeah, about every 3-4 weeks or so. As we work to develop alternatives and proposals, we'll plug them in.
Okay. And as you mentioned, there is an overwhelming amount of people speaking on this. And I think what might be a good idea, if you're amenable to it, is to, after every meeting, could we have from our assistant city manager a report of what, not report, but a review of what was said, who was in attendance, not what was said, but what was discussed and what progress was made.
That's a great idea, Mayor. We'll do that. In fact, we'll summarize the one that took place this past Friday, and going forward, we'll make sure that that is provided to you.
Great.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mhm.
Wonderful. And let me go ahead and get to some questions here. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I missed last week, and I heard that maybe this was discussed, but some of these bond projects that we're looking at doesn't necessarily give the best view of what's really going on. The community is very frustrated with certain streets. There's already potholes, and we just finished the streets. So what do we do when this happens? Are we able to even hold them accountable? Is the contract already done? Because it seems like in the past, every time that this happens, we can't get them to come back and fix the potholes that were created 2 days after the street was just finished. So.
Right. Now, so some of that may be some misperception on Ocean Drive. We know that street is still in construction. It's a 2-layer of asphalt, and layer 1, because of some less than desirable sub-base, layer 1 has failed in several sections. And so that's being remedied now. We have warranties in all our work, and so if an event where there's some premature failure, cracking, we haven't seen outside of Ocean Drive any potholes per se. The contractors are held accountable. Jeff Edmonds is here with us today. It's a 1 to 2 year warranty. So that's something that we're looking at. We're also looking at our performance. The city performs now for the first time ever in many years. Street work as well, and we're making sure we're checking our business processes and checking projects after to see is there an issue with them, and do we have to correct in some of our performance. So, Councilman, I think what we're seeing is, after decades of neglect, we all know about it, and we all take responsibility for it. It's going to take a little bit of time to get us out of that, and that's what we're working on.
I also don't want to repeat the same mistakes.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure we had some sort of warranty there.
We do, yes, sir.
That's great. That's very good to hear.
Yes,
sir. Thank you. And I'll be sure to pass my 50 phone calls off to you and Mr. Edmonds.
Okay, please do. We'll take them. Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Peter, if we could, and I'm sure Pat will be the one who collect this information, but I'll address this to the chief. If we do have statistics that we can make available to this committee that's meeting on STRs about increased problems in areas where STRs are heavily located, and include that in the information that's provided to them, I think that would be something that would be of great help to see if that really is factual or not. The STRs, and I want to make, this is a very important distinction, Peter, the way you said that a while ago. Currently, the only STRs that we are in this city that we're requiring to register are basically commercial STRs, or residents that are located in areas that are zoned for commercial development.
Not necessarily, Councilman. So you could have a planned unit development where there's a few condo-type buildings that could be STRs. In an area that's zoned multifamily, if there's there could be that somebody put 1 or 2 units there, and those are.
But that's still not residential zoning.
Right. Yeah. So the catch-all is in Corpus Christi, short-term rentals are not allowed in RS6 and RS4, traditional neighborhood zoning districts.
Even though we know that they're operating there.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. That's why that's why you all, this council's been great in addressing legacy policy issues. We're addressing that.
Okay.
Council, yeah.
But at this point, we have not. We are only addressing the registration of those properties that are located in predominantly commercial areas.
Well,
are zoned for multifamily type housing.
We are, just let me point out that we are addressing it. You are, the city is, the staff is. So it's a 2-step process. 1, registration was required because of the action council took in January.
Yeah.
So any legally zoned STR has to register on Flower Bluff and the island within 3 weeks.
Does that include those that are located in RS6 and RS4?
No, only legal ones. Only
Okay,
legally.
well, what constitutes a legal one?
If it's in a zoned designated area that allows STRs, so it could be a planned unit development, it could be a multifamily.
Y'all keep making this more, isn't that what I just said?
I think he said all of them need to register.
Okay, we have STRs, let's take it broad. We have STRs, and I'm sorry, Mayor, I want to make sure we get this straight.
Right.
Because I think there's a great deal of confusion about what we are or are not doing, as we heard this morning. There are STRs operating all over this city.
Right.
In areas where they are legally able to do so and areas where they are not. And so in January, we addressed the areas in Flower Bluff and on Padre Island that are the ones that are located in areas where they're legal to operate currently, which are typically areas that are zoned multifamily or, as you pointed out, a planned unit development.
Right.
Okay. We have not yet required anybody to register an STR that lives outside of those.
Right, because we only want legal ones that are operating legally to be registered. Because not only do you register, but then you get a license, so to speak. And so we're not going to give a license to operate to an STR that's not legal based on the zoning that the city council has established.
Right. And so, and your deadline for those being registered are the 15th of March.
Right, so in the rest of the city where there may be commercial areas or multifamily or even planned unit developments outside of Flower Bluff and the island, they have until January 15.
July 15th?
I'm sorry, July 15, right.
Okay.
July 15, and then the Flower Bluff and the island is March 15.
Okay. All right, I'd like to get a copy of who's on the committee.
Okay, we'll put that in that first. We'll put that in that report. We're going
And I think, how many members of that committee are members of the Padre Island Property Owners Association?
It looks like we have an ISAC represent. I don't think we have anybody from the Padre Island.
We have one.
Polly's one.
Oh, sorry. Who? Polly?
Yeah.
Okay, Polly Balzer, who was in attendance Friday. She's an ISAC representative, and she's on there.
Well, I would certainly encourage that we consider Mr. Jones as being
Right.
part of that committee, and we also need to reach out to the Flower Bluff Citizens Coalition.
Okay.
And see if they don't have someone that would like to serve on that committee as well.
Okay, good. Also representing the island, who he doesn't live there. He's a big developer. Alex Harris is on that committee.
Oh, Harris.
Harris,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Harris,
Yes.
Alex Harris. And then also Charles Duffley was added recently, right?
Okay.
We may, we're going to reach out to ISAC. We may add somebody from their exact committee on here. Admittedly, we're having somewhat of so we'll take more suggestions or community input. We're trying to find representatives that represent those traditional RS6 and RS4 neighborhoods. Somebody like in the Del Mar Association, that one lady that's involved in their neighborhood, because we do want it balanced. We want about 50-50 pro and anti, basically, so that the views of the committee can be unbalanced.
Right.
Right. So what we've done, at least now, is we do have a good blend of districts. So each of the districts has about the same amount of representation in terms of members, male, female, a little bit more. I think female than male on the committee. And
Who do we have from the northwest area of Corpus Christi?
We have Cynthia Salazar, or Garza. Salazar.
right, and then white and Hispanic is a little more predominant white than Hispanic. A little bit more female than male is kind of the composition.
Let's just review that.
Yeah.
Let's review it, Peter, and
Right.
see how we can better balance that,
Right.
as you mentioned a minute ago.
We're working on
I
it,
think that'd be
and so that first meeting was just one, and we hear the feedback already, and we can see what happens when not everybody shows up. it's really unbalanced. So we'll continue to work on it. In the meantime, we are working internally, looking at best practice legislation across the country, and working with that consultant from Fort Worth who's done this before in several cities across the country.
I think it's very important for us to be very clear to the public about what it is, what we're doing now, what steps we're planning to take, what steps we have taken, what we've voted on, so that we're very clear about what properties are being included in this first round of registration.
Exactly, Councilman. That's in part why I'm doing this briefing today. It's timely because we just met with the committee, plus the 3 weeks from now that first registration block comes on. We also set up our website, and we'll review it to see can we add more material to be even clearer. Andrea Gardner's here with us. She's our point person. Assistant city manager, I'm involved.
And we've made it extremely clear when we started this, because this was a huge point of interest for now years. And so Greg and I have been working very closely with Islanders. But with that said, I'll go ahead and, are you, Councilman?
Just one final thing. Would you have someone in staff send us the link to those 2 videos you just showed us?
Absolutely. Yes, I'll do that today, Councilman. Yes.
Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate all the passion that we heard today. It's great reinforcing to this council to show on the island what a huge issue this is with it. The need for balance on that we were imbalanced on there, and it didn't take long for it to take effect. But I want to assure folks out there, we are moving forward, so it's a huge milestone on March 15th that we have that registration in effect. So, Mr. Ridley, how are we going to enforce it? Are we ready to get there and go?
Well,
or should that be?
I can speak to how we can prosecute after cases come to the municipal court.
Well, I hope on March 8th it would be helpful to have an update how we are going to, with the registration in place, what we're going to be doing, be proactive on this, and checking the advertisements out, and not just the ordinance goes in place, but we're actually doing something.
Okay, Councilman, we'll have that for the March 8th. It's really a code compliance, to some extent, CCPD, but we'll tell you what our protocols are. We have those in place, and we'll explain those to you.
And I want to assure everybody out there that this ordinance coming in place March 15th, it's another tool in our tool chest, that another reason that somebody renting in an R6 is illegal, and that we will enforce. And the concern that we heard today is about possible ordinances that we may be passing to kind of revert where you do allow some STRs on the island. But any ordinance stops right here. So whatever the committee decides, whatever staff recommends, we are the final decider on there. The committee isn't going to decide what the ordinance is. Whether they're going to make suggestions, but it's this body right here that makes that final decision on it. So effective March 15th, another tool in our tool chest, we need to enforce it. We wouldn't be having this discussion today if we'd enforce the R6. So I hope that we're going to be what we need to be aggressive on there. I just looked at Airbnb on the island on there. In the residential neighborhood, nothing's popping up. So that's a good thing. We are making progress. But we cannot, we've heard from the people today, we can't let grass grow on our feet. We have to enforce that registration ordinance with it. And then come up, you talked about the quality of the neighborhoods. Well, I think the Padre Island POA neighborhood has spoken very loudly about their neighborhood. You might have some differences in other neighborhoods, but I think there's no doubt in what the Padre Islanders feel about it. And one quick thing, Councilman Pusley, that Flower Bluff does have a representative on there, Ms. Barbara Agan, that she's on the Citizens Council and is a residential person, has been affected by STRs. But thank you for the brief.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. In terms of enforcement, our policy really hasn't changed in terms of single-family residents, right? It's not allowed.
Right, it's not allowed.
How many more sting operations have we done since then?
Andrea, do you know? None?
None.
Okay, no additional ones.
So we're not really enforcing anything right now?
I would say we are, we're just not doing those proactive sting operations that we
Well, I
have
mean,
done.
you know,
If there's a
I'll go back to Councilman, to our city attorney, Miles Risley, on what we need to do to prosecute. He equated it to prostitution where you have to see a transaction. How does that change if you have somebody that doesn't register and is still having a short-term rental? You have to prove that it's a short-term rental, do you not?
In a criminal prosecution, all elements of the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, so if you have the registration and you have somebody that says he's not doing a short-term rental, how do you prosecute for the not registering if they don't claim to be a short-term rental? You have to still prove that it's a short-term rental, right?
Many crimes that have non-visible elements are prosecuted not necessarily in different ways. One way is to obtain admissions from the person who is committing the violation.
So that's the same whether or not you have a short-term rental or if you have registration. Is it not correct? I mean, if you go to the short-term rental and they admit that they're a short-term rental, you can cite them for having a short-term rental.
If you can show probable cause of all of the elements of the crime, then you can cite. If you show proof beyond a reasonable doubt of all elements of a crime, then they can be found guilty in a trial.
Okay, so getting beyond the lawyer speak, if they're short-term rental, we can and there's probable cause, you can cite them based on what you described just now on the property registration.
If there is probable cause to all elements of the crime, you can issue a citation.
So how is that different between what we could have done with short-term rentals versus what we can do with the property registration?
You have a slightly different set of elements for a failure to register than you have for a changing land use that's a zoning violation.
Okay, I think it seems, just from the outside, looking at this, it doesn't seem like anything's really changing, other than you requiring people to register. If they're not even registering, you still have to prove they're a short-term rental.
You have to prove in one instance, you must prove that you've actually changed the land use from a zoning context, a completed change of land use, in order to prove all elements of the violation. The other is you have to prove that they engaged in an activity of advertising for a short-term rental without obtaining registration, because the advertising itself can be a potential violation within the failure to register context.
So the actual violation is marketing a short-term rental.
Okay, you know what I'd like to do? Chief Markle's sitting right here, and I think he will be able to give us or let you know how this is helpful. Chief Markle, would you mind?
Must have been a couple of texts.
Drag me right into it.
Yes,
Chief
sir.
Markle, Police Department. I think and I don't want to speak for the city attorney, he's speaking of a criminal investigation. And
These are code violations, right?
I get it, but they're Class C violations. Your code of ordinances are laws passed by you, just like, different level than a state or federal law, but they're laws, and they have to be investigated and the elements proved, and I think that's pretty straightforward. I do think, though, you get hung up just on criminal law, but it should be a full court press. You find a a short-term rental, you send a demand letter to the owner of the home, if they're non-occupying owners, right, live somewhere, send demand letters, let them know that you know they have a short-term rental, and then you work on the civil side, if there's some kind of fines you can impose, or maybe there's some covenants in the neighborhood that could be worked on in a different dimension, and there's the criminal side dimension. There's not a singular way to address this. It's very complicated. Miles is absolutely right. You can't just go in and shut them down, say, how long are you staying here, and prove to me that you have a lease that's shorter than 30 days, and then we can try to follow that up through an adjudicated process. But it's very difficult. You're absolutely right. But comprehensively, we should think big picture, and if you really want to address short-term rentals, it's going to take every dimension, right? The civil demand letters, all those things, neighborhood covenants, all that conversation.
Chief, the problem I had is that we didn't enforce this, even though we had an ordinance in place that we did not.
Because of those complications.
Well, but we specifically put in funding. I requested that we put in funding in order to do these sting operations, so we can go after those nuisance, and I said to many people on the island that I apologize for us as a city because we failed to do that. Now, we've done one sting operation in this entire year, and we're already almost halfway through the fiscal year, and we've done one sting operation. Now, if we continue to have these nuisances, I look at it in the sense of having discretion. You have discretions on who do you pull over for ticketing if they're speeding, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we should be going after those ones that are having parties and using the tools that we have in the toolbox right now to actually go after them. We've done one. Okay, I'm not, what I'm getting across here is that we have to actually do the work in order to get this stuff done. This process stuff of registering and all this stuff, it's great stuff, but we need to actually go after the individuals that are causing problems. And that's what I want to get across here. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I do think there's something to be said for deterrence, which are all the other elements that I had spoken about. No doubt, the very problematic ones we should be working on. It does take there's a lot of nuances, and we can sit and talk about that, of an investigation like that. It makes it very, very complicated. We could talk for hours about the different nuances of actually capturing the elements. Right, of a transaction in progress, which is what you have to do. But it doesn't negate the fact that we should be working on it. Any questions on them up here?
Well, and for clarity, the statement you just made is basically saying you would be, and if that's the case, it's the case, it would require some serious time investment and resources, which there's not a problem doing that, but I don't know that we understand what that means in terms of how much of your force or how much resource. I really honestly don't know, and I don't expect you to give that to me right now because it depends on what kind of plan you would put together. But that might be, I know Councilman Hernandez has brought this same issue up several times. We are working towards getting something done on the island. We have taken, or in general, we've taken steps, and that's what we're doing today. It isn't an easy feat. Otherwise, we'd have done it. I'm not going to speak for the past, but we are taking steps now. And so I think your side of this is, your perspective is extremely important in why haven't we, and you know what, it is what it is in the past, but moving forward, maybe your piece of this is critical in being able to say, this is why we're doing what we're doing, which is what other cities do. There is no, you have to have some law and order in this issue, and that comes in a process. Can we better that? Absolutely. We'll start with the committee list that Peter talked about. But maybe we'll get some information from you, Chief Markle, in terms of what does that look like? What does it look like in terms of what Councilman Hernandez is referring to?
And Those are all great points, Mayor. And I'm always happy to work on whatever issue or dimension. Again, we have an INAT team, that's your interdepartmental nuisance abatement team. When something rises to a level of neighborhood nuisance, and all of you have worked through those processes with houses in your neighborhoods that have had issues, not just Airbnb issues, but drug issues or prostitution issues. We have teams to address those things. But we also have resource limitations and how much time we can spend on a singular issue like that. So
Okay,
if it rises, we'll certainly address it.
thank you.
Councilman Pusley, I think you
Yes,
said you had
Councilman
something.
Pusley.
Yeah, I just think it's very important that as we go forward, part of this STR plan has to be that we have a firm, clear understanding of how we would enforce these ordinances that we're going to put in place. Because if we don't, there's no sense in doing that, going through this process. And that involves Chief Markle and his staff, that involves legal. And I've said many times here in this council meeting and in private meetings with the city manager and Miles, one of the ways we can handle this is go straight to the advertising point. If we go to the places where they advertise these Airbnbs and tell them, these are illegal in our city unless they follow these guidelines, we can cut a lot of this out before it ever gets started. But that's just one piece. We have to have a clear understanding of what our enforcement policy is going to be, or it's just not worth doing. It's just going to create a burden that, we're going to try to put on the backs of our law enforcement or whoever.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Ridley, one of the reasons we passed this ordinance was because the ease of proof. Is that correct?
Right. You're allowed to do actually a much more efficient sting operation with, and it almost is not even a sting because you're looking for the advertising and then you're proofing up the advertising. You still have to prove the connection of the advertising to the person that's cited, but that becomes much less problematic than proving that a person has actually completely changed their land use for purpose of zoning purposes.
Okay, so if somebody advertises on the internet, then that's in violation of the ordinance. Is that right?
If somebody advertises a short-term rental without putting their registration number in the advertisement, then that is a violation that we could then address.
So anybody sitting at a computer console could do a search and...
Once the ordinance becomes fully effective.
Yes, on March 15th with it.
Then it makes that type of sting operation much less costly because you don't have to actually spend potentially more you don't have to actually rent the home potentially.
Yeah, so your level of proof is much less.
Right. You have a situation with the full-grown sting operation where you may spend more on the short-term rental and actually provide a profit to the person doing it, and then you have a trial, and even if they win, you may still be at a loss.
Yeah, and I know there's some companies that go out there and they poll the internet for STRs. Are we looking at that?
The registration ordinance will allow us to address that for the first time because you don't have to prove both sides of that sting.
Yeah. So and what you told us originally, and this is much easier to prosecute under this ordinance.
Potentially, yes. Potentially, it's more productive in terms of a operation.
Okay. Thank you.
And enforce.
Yes, and the enforce is...
The prosecute, enforce. But is that, for clarity, I mean, once we have this in place, you are able to go and do your job opposed to,
For registered sites. So a non-registered R6 or R4 property that's off book, not registered, that's going to take the same kind of operation. Unless we use the new ordinance that's coming for demand letters, then your only burden is proving that the homeowner actually are the ones that put it on the website. But that's a whole nother avenue. It's not here yet. It's coming with the ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Chief Markle.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Zanoni.
That concludes the city manager's report, Mayor.
Okay, great. Great. And I also, I want to thank, you mentioned it, but I want to thank our communications team, Cameron, Stephen, Ava, and Vanessa.
Yes.
They do a really stellar job.
They do extremely, and we get a lot of comments that say after they
Yes.
see the videos of what firm did you all use, you shouldn't be
Right.
using a private firm.
Right.
The answer is we're not. We're using in-house staff that are
Exactly.
very talented.
It's called Corpus
And very
Christi.
excited to work here as well. A lot of them
Yes.
wanted to work for the city, and that's what we want. So
Very good
yeah.
work they're putting out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Okay, so it is 2:30, and I'm sure the councilmen are starving. However, I'm kidding. We're just gonna pass our consent agenda, pull items, and then we'll come back and address those items. I'm sorry. I have a problem with just not getting through this consent. So, would anyone like to pull any consent items, 3 through 18? I am going to pull item number 3.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 15
15?
and 18 just for a conversation.
15 and 18, okay. Anyone else? Number 12 and number 13. Yeah. Okay, then with that said, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 3, 15, 18, 12, and 13.
So moved.
Okay, second, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries. So when we return, we will address those said items. Let's see, executive session. So the council will now go into executive session on items numbers 24 and
24 on the health district, is that needed, or?
We don't need the health
Okay,
district
not
one,
that
just 25.
Just 25, Mayor.
Okay, on item number 25, per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072.
Mayor, point of order. We kind of went over the board and commission appointments. We didn't officially skip over them. Do we need
We
to?
did not, no, we'll get right back to them. I did skip them over.
Okay. I
Not
just-
on purpose, though.
All
Okay,
right, thank you.
we'll be back. Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting now and continue on with our consent agenda items that were pulled, starting with item number 3, which is amending the fiscal year 2022 operating budget to account for the establishment of the city-operated Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District effective March 1 of 2022. And I pulled this just so that we can be very transparent to the public in terms of the progress we're making or continue to make.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. I just have a couple of slides here on this item. The first is just a timeline of where we got to how we got to where we are today. On the 9th of November 2021, the council approved an ordinance creating the City of Corpus Christi Health Department to be effective January 18th of 2022. And then negotiations between the city and the county resulted in a different business plan after that item was passed. And we're here today to create the creation of a city-operated Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District to be effective March 1. On February the 14th, the county commissioners passed the amended cooperative agreement. And then the next day, on February the 15th, the city council approved this amended cooperative agreement. Some of the financial details of the agreement. Funding that was previously allocated in the city's budget of $2,188,365 will be redirected to the new city-operated health district. Nueces County will remit payment to the city for the remaining FY22 general fund budget of $943,000. Nueces County will also remit payment to the city for the remaining fiscal year 2022 11-15 waiver program for $837,400. And lastly, the total budgeted position for the newly created city-operated health district will be 60, which does not include the grant positions. The 60 will consist of 29 city positions, 20 of the county positions that were in the county general fund, and 11 positions from the 11-15 waiver program. I'll stand by if you have any questions.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Houlihan. So thank you for explaining all of that. We appreciate it very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Constance. Okay, next item is item number 12. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And that was item 3. So next would be item number 12. And item number 12 is a motion authorizing the purchase of 27 shade structures, 20 of which will be installed at Labonte Park from Extra Play, Inc. of Cedar Crest, New Mexico, for various city parks throughout the city. Dr. Gonzalez.
Dr. Dante Gonzalez, Interim Director, Parks and Recreation, and I'll take any questions.
Yes, I'm sorry, who pulled this?
I had asked to pull this, Mayor, thank you. I just want to reiterate, and I'm glad to see we're going to do these shade structures. The pictures look very nice. But with respect to Labonte Park, I want to make sure everybody understands that, you know, we need to be sure they're substantial enough to withstand being completely submerged underwater, because I will assure you they will be at some point.
That's right.
And TxDOT is not raising that bridge out there 5 foot in the air just for practice. So it floods, it floods, it floods. So I just want to make sure that what we put out there doesn't end up out in the back bay.
Yes, absolutely. So that was actually one of the things that we had considered. We took that into very high consideration, specifically because of the points that you had made in the past. These structures are galvanized steel, which are intended to be in this type of environment, and they're thick enough to withstand if water was to raise temporarily, it dries up, and then it would keep them from getting rusted. Additionally, you know, they're also in a concrete pad, so it would keep them from floating away in the event that the water was to raise. So these structures were well thought out by the staff. We asked a lot of questions to the vendor. They came back, they gave us all the supporting documentation, and I can assure you these structures are intended to have a lifespan of about 65 years because of the galvanized steel in which they're going to be created.
Okay, all right, very good. I just wanted to make that point, and thank you very much for going through those hurdles. I appreciate that, and with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 13 is a motion authorizing a one-year service agreement with 2 one-year option periods with ADK Environmental for preventative maintenance and emergency Vector service.
And I asked to pull that one as well.
You did,
Your Honor.
okay,
Yeah.
go right ahead.
And,
Hi, good afternoon. Gabriel Ramirez, Interim Director of Water Utilities.
and Mr. Ramirez, my question is, what constitutes an emergency? With what would necessitate, staff calling for additional help on one of these situations?
Sure. An emergency at a wastewater treatment plant would constitute of the plant being upset. So
Okay.
the bugs that are in there, the bacteria that do their job to get rid of the waste, if there was to be a heavy rainfall event, something like this, then that upsets the flora, microflora, and the bacteria that are there. And so when that happens, then there's a need to Vector out the waste there and
Okay.
restart the plant process.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many times a year that happens?
Probably.
Is it ever a rainfall event, or is it
Well,
just?
that's for the wastewater plants. And additionally, at lift stations, whenever we have any odor complaints, things like that, one of the things that we do routinely is inspect the wet wells. But if we keep getting complaints, one of the actions is to Vector out the wet well and clean it out. And that's also what this contract is used for. And that's probably happens on a quarterly basis or so.
Okay. Okay. All right, very good. That's the only questions I had.
Okay, great. I'll entertain a motion to.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 15, who pulled that one? That is a motion authorizing amendment number 3 to a professional services contract with Hazen and Sawyer Corpus Christi to provide design, bid, and construction phase services for the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. Councilman Hernandez? Was that
Yes. The question I had on this one was specifically about how this contract was put in place. The original contract in March 2018 was for $49,300. The first amendment was $612,000 in June 2018, and now you're asking for a $3 million $3,214 contract amendment. But this wasn't really put out on an RFQ the correct way. Can you please explain how this all came about?
Yeah, I can explain that. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. It was put out for RFQ in 2017. So what happened at the time, and I believe this was before you were on City Council, the staff recommendation was based on a report that looked at consolidating wastewater treatment plants. And they were recommending going to 4 treatment plants, and one of those was going to be a replaced Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. It was going to be a re-sited, brand-new treatment plant. On May 23rd, 2017, Council passed a motion of direction and directed staff to keep all the 6 wastewater treatment plants at their present locations. So staff had to figure out, one, we've got to do some deep engineering on this. And they put out an RFQ, and they actually put 3 different engineers looking at different aspects of upgrades to that treatment plant. So as we did a lot at the time, we would execute a $49,000 contract that was staff approvable to be able to start some work on the project. And during that time, you're scoping and negotiating. That $600,000 contract went back to council, and that was for preliminary engineering. That did not take you all the way through PS&E. So there's a detailed report that was completed as part of this effort. There was a range of alternatives that were examined, and recommendations made at what the most cost-effective approach was to upgrading that plant, and that's kind of the position we're at now. So now to bring that to fruition, you've got to do the detailed design, PS&E, plan specification, estimate, bid documents to put that out. So that's what this current amendment is for.
Okay, do you see how this, I mean, I wasn't on council. I didn't start on council until January 2019. But this kind of way it's set up to where you do these $49,000 contracts and then you come to us for an amendment that's in the hundreds and now millions of dollars does not appear to be the right way to do this.
This is a legacy thing. The city manager, that was one of the early things he did, is stopped us from doing that. So we typically will not
Right,
do
and
that
then-
anymore. But that was kind of an SOP to expedite starting work on a project that was used back at
Well, I
that
mean,
time.
you could still do that in the sense, I think you did that with the swimming pool, where you did a kind of an initial assessment RFQ, and then once you got that initial assessment, you did another RFQ to for the actual work.
Well,
Is that
typically, the
correct?
RFQ will cover the full design, but, you know,
Well-
this RFQ wasn't just for a $49,000 contract. They were selected on that to do a much larger effort, but we started it off.
Okay,
with
but that larger effort didn't come to council until the amendment came to council, right?
Correct.
So, and that's what I was trying to get at. But I mean, you have examples of where you do an RFQ for a pre-assessment or, you know, 49,000 or whatever that may be, and then you come back with an RFQ for the actual work. Is that our policy going forward?
Our policy going forward is not to do that. And, you know, sometimes we do this two-step thing, and for example, on the bond 20 streets, we were in a situation where council gave us blanket authority up to a not-to-exceed amount to negotiate those contracts. Of course, all of those AEs know that we're under schedule pressure, and we're the ones feeling the pressure, not necessarily them. So the engineer says, oh, I want $1 million to design this project. And you say, well, look, you know, we got to negotiate. They say, oh, I'll think about it. And they come back $999,000. Well, what we do a lot of times in those cases is we'll say, look, we can agree on your phase one, your surveying and your ELR. We're going to go ahead and issue a contract for that. And then while you're working on that, we'll try and negotiate the amount to get you to the finish line. So we do that two-step process some now, and when there's a lot of, I guess, when the scope is not real well defined, a lot of times you really need to do that two-step process to not get them to assume a lot of risk and not get them to price a lot of risk into their proposal to you. But no, we do not do the 49-9ers anyway. That was sort of an artificial ceiling on that approach to try and get started without going to council, which, you know, it usually takes us several weeks to get something through the agenda process and get it on council. That was just a way to say, okay, we can start working now rather than wait 6 weeks.
Okay, you know, just so you understand, and since we're not doing this anymore, is that, you know, we have to have that fairness aspect to it. And, you know, when we have no visibility to those kind of contracts, you know, there's no check and balance there. So I just want to make sure that we're...
Acknowledged, no, and we're definitely not doing that anymore.
Okay, that's the questions I have. Thank you.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. I want to echo Councilman Hernandez's concerns on there, and thank you that it's a legacy with it. But so we started in 2017, and the scope was a dissolved air flotation unit rehab and odor control, which is a fairly narrow scope. And now, even though we're gone from amendment, you know, the current scope in there is pretty well plant-wide. So we started out with a little bit here, boom, we've expanded it. And so we started out in 2017 with it, and in our rankings on there, the firm's experience and qualifications, they're multinational. The experience and qualification of project manager and key staff, that's 5 years ago. Project approach and management plan, 5 years ago. Capacity to meet project requirements and timelines, past performance. All I'm saying is everything we looked at in 2017 is not necessarily where we are today. And then the gap between the First Amendment, the $600,000, the report was delivered in July of 2020. No, that's what the agenda briefing says with it.
Yeah, I assume
And now we're here in 22, so we really have a pretty wide gap between their deliverables, 18 months, something like that. Should we really, considering the RFQ qualifications are dated on there, they may still be there, but that's a large gap between the deliverables and when we're going out for an amendment.
So your point, should we have re-procured this?
Should we have re-procured it with this gap between the amendment and there? And then the last thing, we talked, and as far as re-procuring, we just agreed on local content. I know this was a little bit prior to that with it, but here we have a large multinational. Yes, they do have a storefront here, but how much do they really have? How much engineering services are performed locally? That's what we're all interested in. On there, do they have a significant presence, or where do they fall?
Well, I think something you need to understand, there is a team, and they're a team with Ardura and Bath Engineering.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
they're the front of the team.
Okay.
They're heading the team, but there is significant local content.
Yeah, so Ardura and Bath are both local.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Okay. But I'd have a lot more heartburn if it wasn't, as you say, a legacy. It's not our current practice on there with it. But I hope we're not doing a contract in 2022 and in 2027 somebody's having the same conversation up at the dais. So thank you.
Okay.
Another thing, sir, is this project's actually going to convert the Greenwood plant from anaerobic to aerobic. So that's going to help a lot with the odor issues that have happened there in the past and currently.
Yeah, I know we've been talking, but I guess since that 2020 report came out, the anaerobic to aerobic.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 15.
So move.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And the last agenda item pulled was item number 18, resolution authorizing a real estate contract, authorizing real estate contracts and developer participation agreement with Lance Greenwood 2018 LLC and MPM Development LP. Oh, no. No, this is still consent.
This is one that I pulled off.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Now, I think this is a great thing that we have been waiting for a while. Waiting on the environmental study. Jeff, how long have we been waiting for that environmental study?
I'd say we've been working on it for about a year. There's a lot of activities that you have to go through and documents that we have to submit. It's ultimately HUD dollars, and you have to go through kind of a NEPA process, and we think we're about a month away from being able to complete that process.
Can you tell us the benefits of what we're getting with in terms of Lavoya Creek and the detention and the grants that we're getting from the GLO?
Yes. So there's actually two grants. There's a hazard mitigation grant that we have from FEMA, and that is helping us address increases in the base flood elevation in the La Molina area. And there's roughly in this vicinity 3,800 parcels that are negatively impacted by the increased base flood elevation. By enlarging those culverts, we'll take most of those tracks in La Molina out of the floodplain. But in order to mitigate that problem downstream, this detention pond is proposed that will help keep the Las Colonias and other areas in the vicinity from being negatively impacted by enlarging those culverts. So there's two projects. The detention pond is funded with CDBG DR funds, and the TxDOT culvert project is being funded with FEMA hazard mitigation grant funds. But ultimately, the goal is to take 3,800 parcels that are negatively impacted by the new flood insurance rate maps and mitigate that impact.
So to summarize, is it takes a lot of property out of the flood zone by creating this detention pond in the Lavoya Creek area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in turn, there's also some positive aspects we get in with this, which is the extension of Rodfield Road, the construction of safety steel, as well as an extension of Oso Parkway. Is that correct?
That's correct. And one thing, we were just talking about the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant. We're also a beneficiary of the flood protection benefits because Greenwood is downstream of this detention pond.
That's right. I remember when it flooded a few years back. So this is actually a good thing. This whole agreement is a great thing for us in 2 areas of the city.
That's one of the reasons that the utility back in 2017 was wanting to build a new plant on a new location that wouldn't be susceptible to the flooding.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds, could you give us a presentation of what they're proposing to do, your presentation? What the deal's about?
Oh, what this...
This is a complex deal, so...
This is a complex deal.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So there's a tract of land that we require for this detention pond site. And...
do we have visuals of this?
Is there a presentation on the... Is that executive session presentation on there? I don't know if we've got anything on the network drive. I'm just going to have to talk through it. So the Greenwood land is at the confluence of Airport Ditch and Lavola Creek. And the proposal is to exchange that for land that the city owns that is at Oso Creek, just south of Yorktown. And the group that owns this property, that represents the property we need for the detention pond, is also proposing, as part of the deal, other construction. An extension of Rodfield Road, extension of Safety Steel Road, and some other related improvements in that vicinity.
So without the graphics to see, so these extension of roads, do roads exist there now, or are these new roads?
These are roads on the UTP that do not currently exist.
And typically, does the city pay for a road like that, where you just have bare ground, or is that, does the developer pay for those roads?
Well, that's an interesting question. A lot of times through creative platting, they avoid the construction of those roads. So
Are they usually, okay, these roads, would the developer pay for the roads, or would the city pay for those roads?
Well, I would have to say that, for example, the bond 2020 has the extension of Rodfield Road as a bond project, and that area is pretty much already developed, but yet through the platting process, they were not required to extend that part. I think there might have been some payments in lieu, but yeah, that Adler already exists, and our project extends Rodfield from Yorktown down to Adler.
But generally, Jeff, the developer would pay for roads like this, right? When they build out their subdivisions?
I think they pay part. They'll pay
Right.
like,
Their
they have a
proportionate
formula
share.
for what they'll pay for, like for what a collector cross-section would cost.
Okay, so Oso Creek Parkway, has the developers paid usually for the extensions of Oso Creek Parkway, or does the city pay for that? We've got a lot of extensions of Oso Creek Parkway.
I haven't personally been involved with any of those. There's a little tiny segment that is not far from this project that was built. It seems like a lot of that they have avoided that construction.
You've mentioned the Rodfield extension. I know when we discussed it on the bond issue, that at that time it was under the 5 to 10 year plan for TxDOT, that TxDOT would build a road. So now I guess that's the 4 to 9 year plan, because we're a year ahead of that. Is this road going to be designed to TxDOT specifications?
I'm not aware of any issues that would preclude TxDOT from taking that over. We were using city specifications on that design, our design standards. I would say the biggest gap is on the environmental process that you have to go through to federalize the project.
Okay, so TxDOT typically takes over a city standard road then?
I would say that that would have to be a discussion. TxDOT is more in the business of trying to get rid of roads than take roads, but I think you could make a case that if the road was built and they were doing the extension, that they should take that over.
Yeah, okay. I guess, what valuation have we put on? One point, we've got it here in the package, so. Lavoy Creek, 132 acres for 1.65 million. So that's the valuation we're putting on that. And I guess, so the deal, we're swapping some land there. We're getting $1 million in cash, and we're giving up 130 acres with 3,500 feet of OSO frontage there for the compensation of 3 roads that do not exist.
That's correct.
That could well be built by others, not the city. Since they're all new roads. TxDOT could build Rod Field. It's empty land for Select Steel, and it's Oso Parkway for the others.
I'd say in theory they could be built by others. I think that the more time that goes by without those roads existing, it's going to create increasing transportation problems as that area develops.
Well, I know in other areas of the city, there's so-called paper roads sitting out there that we typically don't build on there. Like this, it causes transportation problems, could reduce property values and things. So this is not an exception on there, but for whatever reason, we're going to go in here and enhance that. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
I just want to clarify something. On the Rod Field extension, it's been something I've been working on for the regional parkway, which would be a second connection over to the island if we can get if we can push TxDOT and the MPO in that direction. However, we would still have to cover a percentage of whatever that road is. The extension of Rod Field would be the only part that would be within the city limits. Everything else would be outside the city limits in either King Ranch or someplace outside the city limits. So it's in, for us, building Rod Field Road, and we're only building half of it. This is only a portion of it. This is 2 lanes of the 4 lanes. So I just want to clarify that it was not, this would be our portion of that overall project. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm doing some quick calculations here. I didn't expect to be called on so quickly, Mayor, but it's okay. So, yeah, well, the Lavoy Creek, which, don't get me wrong, it's a great project. It's a fantastic project. So according to the whereases in here, our total package that we're going to get $7.5 million based on the information here for that property, included in the land. So divided by, hope my calculator works. 132 acres. Oh, man, my calculator didn't work. 75, I'm just gonna make it real easy. Divided by 132 acres. So it's about $56,000 an acre. Or 57. I just wanna make sure that's competitive. How do we know that's competitive?
We've had appraisals done, so it's much more than what our property appraised at.
Now I know CCISD has been interested in this property. I'm sure we've talked to them. Did they make us any offers? Or did we not talk to them?
Yeah, we've talked to them, Councilman. What was that last question you asked? Did we make a what?
Did they make an offer for the property?
For the 132 acres, no, but they do want to buy a portion of it.
Because
40
my thing
acres.
is that if we develop, I'm just wondering what that would be in addition, and if we just purchased the property for the $1.6 million, you know, it'd make life a whole lot easier. I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking if we explored that.
Right, yeah, CCISD is interested in about 40 acres. Is it 40, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, 40 acres for a new campus that would house a elementary and middle school. And so they've been part of our conversation with Moses as well. And they've included eminent domain as an option.
Okay, so, but we don't, so they haven't made us an offer. They've just been talking to them, and
They made us an offer, but we declined it.
what did they offer us?
You remember it was a very low, it was a low price point, but the issue was we said we have an arrangement that we're trying to work through that will secure property we need for a drainage solution at La Jolla Creek. So
And we also have the developer Moses
Yeah.
Mascasi here.
They-
If you want to
Council-
sit, you can sit up here at this chair. There's a. So who was going to comment on that, Steve? Or was Steve going to comment on that? I'm sorry.
No,
Court,
yeah. Yeah, I got the answer to that question of what their offer was. It was for the appraised value at that acreage amount, at 40 acres at the appraised value. Our appraisal, Steve? Which we already know was pretty low, right? That's why we've worked with additional incentives.
So how many was that an acre? I don't have that information on here. How much was that an acre?
Well, again,
Let me see if we can get it, Councilman.
Oh, and you know, and obviously I want to support the developer. I really do. I really do. It's just, I don't want to look foolish when I walk out of here. And, you know, I would have, you know, the property's in my district. La Jolla Creek's obviously in my district, and we talk about that a lot, but I just want to have confidence that, you know, I'm not an exuberant council member that's willing to give away the farm. That's all. I mean, and once again, all I get is what you guys tell me and what I see here. So, I don't know that you could answer my questions about
I can answer everybody's questions.
About,
Moses, go ahead.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Moses with MPM. So just to kind of give you a little bit of background, I can answer Councilman Greg's question about the streets. So when I first started Royal Creek, can you pull that back up, that map that you had, the previous one? We started a neighborhood in 2003, and staff and council quote-unquote promised us as a land developer at that time that Rodfield would be put in 2010. By 2010, we're in 2022. That hasn't happened. We have over 400 homes in the Royal Creek area. The reason we offered the $1 million for the Oso Parkway Street, that's on City Park, so a land developer would not pay for that. The city would pay for that. That's the yellow line there. That'll give connectivity to over 400 homes to not funnel onto Cimarron and onto Rodfield. Safety Steel is also the blue line there. That's a public street built in 1946. Has so many potholes on it, it's not even designated to get fixed on a regular basis because it's that old street. We've offered to redo that street and tie it in with Adler to alleviate the new project that's about to come on Oliver Estates, to give connectivity to Bill Witt Park. If you guys have looked at your Bill Witt Park master plan, it's a part of that. There's over 300 acres of natural parkland in this area that's been burned abandoned, trash dropped into, hunted on. This gives all those homeowners that connectivity. That's why we offered that. The extension of Rodfield from Adler to Oso Parkway is the extension of where the bond ends. This same council decided not to take Oso Parkway all the way to the Oso, to stop it at Adler, to alleviate the burden on the taxpayers. I think it was 2.5 million or so. You took that money and put that towards the design of Yorktown for the next bond. So we decided to finish that project for the city. So those 3 streets add up to about $5 million. It's over 2.5 miles of streets. We've offered $1 million, and the property that you guys questioned a second ago when you were doing your math, you did it based on an appraisal. So if you're gonna base my land on your city appraisal at 1.6 million, you have to look at your land that got appraised by the same appraiser by your city at 2.5 million. If you say my land, your land was appraised too cheap, then my land was as well. And I might add that there's a national builder in town that wants to buy that property to develop homes there. We have stopped that for over a year and a half to assist the city to fulfill their promise with their $8 million grant that they got for this area. Sorry, a little frustrated. So I can answer any other questions, but our package was $11 million almost. It's $86,000 an acre. There's not a property in Corpus that is sold for $86,000 an acre, and that's what we've offered the city. And I might add that property has no access, no sewer, no water, no drainage. Not one person can develop the property the city has. So when we sit here and talk about what it is, talk about what it is. Talk about what the city is gaining, and you guys went through all of those questions with the insurances and flood breaks for those homes. On top of what we've done, we've also initiated our conversations with CCISD, probably for a week. Y'all aren't complicated, they're very complicated. But we have worked with them. They want to offer the city a plat next month to start their schools. And this is only going to delay that because we are already doing everything we can with everybody to solve really everybody's problem with this. So I don't want you to think that the farm was given away, because I honestly am about 10 seconds away from just saying, let me go build my 1,000 homes in the Lavoya Creek, and you guys can keep this property for the next 30 years, because nobody can develop it. And if you sell it to CCISD, they have no access, no water, no sewer, and cannot develop it today. So their 2 schools will be gone.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I just also wanted to make, this, when we initially did this deal, this was also to alleviate traffic off of Cimarron. And Cimarron's kind of in the similar situation that Slough Road was in. If you look at it, it's 2 lanes, it has bar ditches, it's probably something that's gonna have to go on a bond at some point to widen, just because of the amount of traffic and the amount of work that's been done out, or amount of homeowners that are out there. We also talked about, we didn't talk about that Oso Parkway was going to be on city parkland. I'm sorry, that was something that that was not mentioned. So that's something that I know no developer would actually
Or
build.
Safety Steel or Rodfield. Rodfield is a collector street. It's not part of a neighborhood. I wouldn't come develop Staples to.
Well, Rodfield's actually going to be an arterial.
Well, it'll be an arterial.
Road, and I don't know, do we normally make developers build arterial roads? Or just contribute to them?
Normally they make a financial contribution.
I know there's a lot to this, but because of this delay that we've had for the environmental study has changed some of the dynamics around values. But ultimately, the value that is here for us as a city, not only for the actual infrastructure, but on both sides, the Lavoya Creek drainage that will take a lot of homes in the Molina area out of the floodplain, the amount of the roads, Rodfield Road, Oso Parkway, safety steel that will help alleviate traffic issues in those areas. But then also it all opens up a lot of property out there for development that will ultimately increase our tax base. So I think in an overall sense, this is a fairly good deal all the way around. And, you know, we've been working on this for over, I hope about 2 years, now that I think about it. So I want to make sure that, you know, I support this deal. And it is, you know, I don't think I'll be embarrassed by walking out of here with it, because it does provide a lot of good things, not only for District 3, but also for District 5. Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. A couple of questions here. Moses, will you develop Oso Parkway on the 130-acre tract?
Yes, sir.
The Oso tract. So you'll do that at your cost?
We've done it. I'm actually the only land developer in the last 10 years in 4 different locations that have put in Oso Parkway at my own cost.
So,
Yes,
so
sir.
typically Oso Parkway.
Yes, sir. And I might add that this will bring connectivity. Once Oso Parkway goes through the city park, it'll go all the way to Royal Creek and then to Cimarron, which more of Oso Parkway that I own on other properties will get extended as well. So the yellow line doesn't end into empty land. There is already a plat for Unit 7 and 8 of Royal Creek that can't get developed until Oso Parkway goes in there. So all of that will happen simultaneously.
Okay. And there on the north side of Oso Parkway, does the city own both sides of that proposed Oso Parkway, one side?
The city owns where the yellow line is on there, both sides from point to point, and all the land above it and below it.
And the adjacent land?
No, the adjacent land to the left is me. That's
Okay.
the last phase of 450 homes we started in 2003.
Okay, so your adjacent land, we've got Select Steel on the north, we've got Rodfield on the east, and Oso Parkway on the south.
Yes, sir.
That's your tract right there?
No, that's
No.
City Park. Between the blue line and yellow line, that's City Park.
Okay.
That's a part of the 200 acres of Nature Trail Park y'all have owned since
Okay.
1976 when y'all got a grant on it.
Okay. Okay, and let's go back to the property we're swapping on there. Now, you mentioned $86,000 an acre, but I come up with an $11.8 million valuation based on $86,000, but we put the value on the roads, the swap, the land, the $1 million boot at 7.5, so there's a $4 million gap there.
You're looking at the appraised value of 1.6 million for my property.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what my property is worth, sir. The same way your property is not worth 2.6 million, or you would have accepted my bid of 5 times more.
Okay.
I mean, right now you have an appraisal that you guys paid for as a city for both properties. I would respectfully ask that if you're going to consider mine at 1.6, then you would consider yours at 2.5.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying that the Oso value is
I own 3,000 acres in Corpus, Portland. Whether I buy in London, Calallen, Southside, Portland, every piece of property is acreage. The value of acreage comes with services, with water, sewer, and roads, which this property has none of. It has Oso Parkway next to it, but that comes with wetlands and flood zones. That doesn't come with a Miami beachfront.
Yeah, but it's also frontage on there. And so you mentioned it does not have utilities, but since the utilities are off-site, would the trust fund then pay for the extension? It would not?
We've already looked with CCISD. You're looking at over $15 million worth of utilities brought by the land developer to develop this property.
Okay, so even though it's off-site, that the trust
There's
fund...
nothing off-site. The lift station is right next door. Everything that goes on the property is considered on-site, so none of it is reimbursable.
Okay, so what you typically pay for a development of acreage this size, you'd usually put in a lift station, correct?
The lift station is already there on Stark.
Okay.
Next to your property.
Okay, so a lift station is not necessary?
No, sir.
So where do we get the 15 million?
On-site improvements.
Well,
You
that-
still have to run major improvement lines, 12-inch water lines, 18-inch sewer lines.
Well, and as a developer, isn't it about 3/4 of your cost, those kind of, as you're looking at acreage cost on that, the land isn't that big of a portion of your cost, isn't it? Most of it's in your streets, your roads, your utilities, those kind of things?
When you're paying $86,000 an acre, most of it is. When I buy land in London for 20 an acre, it's a big difference.
Okay. Well, I'm still having a little trouble on the math at 86,000. I understand about your apples to oranges on there.
No,
but,
it's our accepted bid, and it shows the land value and broken down every other value, including the parking lot for the park and the trees that we want to cut down for that area.
Yeah. Okay. But, and again, let's go back to you referring to 15 million. That's the on-site improvements that will be normally paid for by any developer, which you're paying for in London Town and all the other developments that you're doing.
Yes, sir.
With it. So that's really a here and a there. So when somebody buys a finished lot, you expect to have your streets and all that kind of stuff.
In this situation, sir, this piece of property that the city owns does not have access to be developed, has to buy the property in the front or the properties to the left. It has no easement, so if the city decides to not accept this offer and call CCISD and say, hey, we'll take whatever offer you want, CCISD cannot develop this property. They don't own the properties to the left, right, up, down to be able to take these services to the proper locations to connect them.
Okay.
You own a piece of property at the very south end of other properties.
And if you could point that piece out.
I don't know how to use your cursor. Yeah, so you see where your property is? So the property to the north has to be purchased or developed to bring in streets. You have to bring in the water line through that same property. And you can see where it says Starry Road there. Your lift station is over there. You don't own the properties to the left of the red line to get to the lift station. You don't own the property that's touching Yorktown to get the two collector streets into your property. So if anybody owned this property, they could not walk into the city of Corpus Christi and actually develop it.
Okay, so what property do you own that's adjacent?
I'd rather not talk about the rest of the properties I own.
I understand. But, Starry Road is a public road, and typically that's where you run your utilities down, correct?
Yeah, but Starry Road is like Sweet Bay, probably twice as bad. Because Sweet Bay was 14 feet.
I'd argue one on that.
Well,
Comparable, maybe.
7 feet of Starry Road exists right now.
Yeah.
And the only reason it exists and was left there was because there was a gun range back there that now has sold.
Mm-hmm.
And one day when they get access, because they can't go and develop that property, down Starry Road.
But Starry Road is a public road, correct?
It's a public road, but a part of this process would like to abandon that road and reconstruct a brand-new 60-foot collector road at my cost.
Okay.
Not the public's cost, which it would be by a bond if you leave Starry Road there today.
So as you say, a lot of times the developer does pay cost for collectors because it enhances your value, correct?
If it's in your own property,
Yeah, if
not
you have the
the
adjacent
city
properties.
property.
Yeah, sure.
We go above and beyond for traffic in all our neighborhoods. We love bigger roads.
Okay, but I guess my point here was Starry, there is public access, so the property's not landlocked on there. If you wanted to run utilities, it is possible.
No.
Okay.
You
so-
can say there's public access, but the simple answer is no. If Al Raymond was here, he would tell you he would not let you develop this piece of property because you have no access.
That might be a good
Fire
question for Mr.
department
Ryan.
right now could tell you the same thing because the road isn't 28 feet back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way you can put a subdivision at the end of Starry Road.
Okay, so Sweet Bay, we can't do it there either because that's 14 feet.
We'll talk about that one next.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Now, you had indicated, Moses, and I tell you what, I appreciate your.
I'm passionate.
I'm gonna say passion instead of condescension.
Yeah.
And then you'll have to forgive me that I'm not a real estate guy.
It's okay.
And so maybe pander to me a little bit because I'm a novice. I don't know any better.
I'm okay.
But I am disappointed that staff can't answer these questions because I would have expected that they would have given it to us. So, but that's not your fault. So now you had indicated that you would develop the land over Lavoya Creek. You were 10 seconds away from developing the land.
I've had a plat for 2 years to develop that
And
property.
so, how many homes would you put in there?
It's about 1,000.
1,000, and what kind of, I guess when it's all built out, how much, I was gonna say how many ad valorem, but what would be appraised value of all that property?
Okay, I'm not gonna do what the last guy you put on the spot did, so.
No, go ahead.
We did the math for y'all previously, but 1,000 homes in that area would be homes closer to 250,000. So.
50,000?
Yeah, about 250 million.
And how much ad valorem would that generate?
2.5%, so $5 million a year.
That doesn't sound like a bad deal.
But you're getting the same thing on this side.
Yeah,
I don't
but
care where
have
I
the
build
development
homes.
in my area, and then plus West Oso ISD is also going to get the ad valorem, and which they're in dire need of. So
Ultimately,
I mean, I'm trying to do the best
Yeah.
for my district. Obviously, it's in a flood zone, and we want to try and improve that for Molina and all that area, and so I think that. So right now, I'm wondering if I'm going to have, $25 million worth of development.
so I own another 2,000 acres in your district that will be annexed. You have plenty of homes in London coming.
Okay, I know that, but I'm talking about West Oso as well.
West Oso, yeah, there's 3 or 4 other tracts of property that can be developed in that area.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
and thanks for toning it down.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay, and Councilman Barrera's right. We had a number of questions, Moses, that we talked about in executive session that staff wasn't prepared to answer, and it's been almost a year, maybe at least a year, since we last looked at this. And so I want to ask whoever's driving the maps up here, if you could explain to me now, let's go back to the one that shows the street locations that, okay, there. Okay, where is the piece of property that the city owns that we're going to sell in relation on this map? Is it shown here?
It's right where the N is on the north.
Can you mark that? Yeah, over there. So that's what we're going to sell.
That's Starry, actually. Where your arrow is at is on Starry Lane.
Okay. So it's kind of off this map. And the Lavoila Creek area where we're talking about solving drainage problems and putting detention ponds, is that on this map or is it?
No.
No, it's,
See, that was the problem. We kept asking these questions back there and we didn't, we couldn't,
you have a map
I
of
couldn't remember
Lavoya?
where we were at.
Let's see, we do have there we go.
The Lavola project, so this is airport tributary, La Molina.
Can you move the microphone?
Yeah, I can't
over
see
to
where
you?
you're
Oh,
talking.
sorry, are you familiar with where La Molina is? That's the area that's kind of north of SPID
Yes.
and west of Crosstown Expressway.
Right.
And so you can see Greenwood Drive there. The green box is where we're proposing to put the detention pond. That's the property that we're trying to
So that's the
acquire.
property we would be swapping for.
Right.
Correct.
Now, is that where CCISD wants to purchase property?
No.
They want to purchase property back down on the area we own?
Right.
Yes.
So down here.
They want to do like 40 acres right in the middle, right, kind of like where that box is.
Oh, well, that wouldn't do anybody any good.
Yeah, doesn't do me any good, but we've worked very well with CCISD because we are good partners with them.
Right.
So even though I'm purchasing this land, we are giving it to CCISD 40 acres of it.
Well, you're selling it,
at the
right?
yeah, not
Yeah.
giving same price
They're
we're
gonna buy
buying
it
it
from
for.
you.
They're yeah, nobody
Yeah.
gives anything. Sorry. Yeah.
Right. At a better
Sorry,
price, they
wrong
offered us.
terms,
Hey,
wrong
if
words.
Gil will make that motion,
Yeah.
and then name it John Longoria Way.
I did ask them to name the school after me.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I don't blame you. I would too if I was going to give them a piece of property like that or sell it to them.
Yeah,
rather.
we're working with all parties. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys had a process to sell a piece of property, and we put in a bid.
Yeah, I understand. And please understand, I appreciate your becoming anxious about this, and you've worked through this a long time, and we realize that, but we had a number of questions, and we are, at the end of the day, the fiduciary agents for the taxpayers of Corpus Christi, and we have to make sure that when we walk out of here as Councilman Barrera, we don't look like we got strung up by our heels. So that was a reason for some of our questions and comments. So
No problem.
I appreciate your bearing with us while we go through this process.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
I was told that 100 of these homes are going to be STRs.
Michael.
I'm going to talk to your grandmother.
Is that your comment? Okay. Good Lord.
I did have one follow-up question. Moses, what type of homes are you planning for this area? I mean, obviously, these are not going to be 4.5.
No, it's going to be RS6.
RS6. Nice homes. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Smith?
And one quick follow-up. So you said you're going to be selling to school. Is that based on our appraisal, that price?
You want me to sell it for a third of what I'm paying for it?
Well, no, we priced it on you. We were comparing appraisals, one appraisal.
CCISD is going to pay what I pay for it.
Okay.
They're not going to get it at a discount.
Okay. But we're having a little difficulty knowing what you paid for it because of the complexity of the deal.
To be honest with you, the deal is the contract, and that's what's accepted, and it's 10.7 million.
Well, we need to tell staff because it says 7-point-something million on our packet. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other questions. Did we have a, all right. Yeah, I don't see any other questions, or lights, I'm sorry. So I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 18. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. No. Okay, the motion carries. All right, moving on to section M, individual consideration items, numbers 19 and 20. Item number 19 is an ordinance.
Mayor, can we do boards, if you don't mind?
Oh,
just to kind of
goodness,
do those?
yes, we never went back. Yeah, I'm so sorry. We'll go to section H, board and committee appointments. So, I'm sorry, this is your.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so there's just a couple board appointments we need to take care of today. The first is the Building Standards Board. So there's 4 vacancies. They represent the following preferred but not required categories: 2 at-large and 2 alternate members. And these are all vacant positions. So at this time, if we could seek nominations for the at-large positions. Sorry? Yeah, but just do a couple at a time.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Solberg, Ortiz, Pena, and Whitaker. I believe is what her last name was. Whitfield.
Whitfield.
Okay, but which ones would be alternates and which ones would, because I asked for at-large first, just to know.
Oh, at large first.
Yes, sir.
Which one are we on, building standards?
Building
Mhm.
standards.
So the first 2 would be at-large, Solberg and Benya?
And Pena.
Okay. Okay, are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Joanna Ortiz for at-large.
Ortiz, okay. Any others? Okay, so Mayor, we can close nominations at this time unless someone has
Okay.
anything else.
Yeah, I don't think we have any others, so we'll close nominations.
Okay, so we have 3 candidates for 2 slots.
Okay.
So we can vote on.
Is one an alternate, or? I mean-
There's 2 alternates also, yeah, but I just want to know which ones
Yeah.
are the members and then which ones are the alternates.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so we want to start with Mr. Barrera?
Sure.
Solberg and Pena.
Okay.
Solberg, Pena.
Solberg and Ortiz, okay. Okay.
Solberg and Ortiz.
Mr. Lederman, you ready to vote? You want me to skip? Okay.
You have 2.
Okay, Solberg?
Solberg.
Okay. Mr. Molina?
Solberg and Ortiz.
Solberg and Ortiz.
All right. So those are the 2, Solberg and Ortiz are the 2 at-large. Okay, so then we just need a couple alternates.
I nominate the other 2 applicants for the alternates.
Okay, so Benya and you said Whitfield?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so those 2, no other
Is
nominations
this for one alternate? Or
for
2?
both alternates?
So do you
There's
just
2
want to
slots.
make a motion for
Yes,
both of
that'd be
them,
great.
Michael?
Motion to appoint both Pena and Whitfield to the alternate positions.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay, so the last one is Landmark Commission. There's 3 vacancies, preferred but not required categories. 1 engineer, 1 title search, and 1 at large. Yes, sir, that's right. Okay.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries.
Ma'am? Elgin Williams, so the engineer for engineer, Elgin Williams.
Okay.
Okay, so then we have title search. You have 1 for that too.
Nominate,
You choose 2.
For what?
For title, the
Albert
category of title
Montes.
search.
Oh, position.
Make a motion to appoint Albert Montes for title search since he's the only one.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then last is the at-large position can be anyone who hasn't already been appointed.
I'd like to nominate Forrester.
Forrester.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll go back to section M, individual consideration items 19 and 20. Item 19 is an ordinance abandoning 1 bond 2012 project and 1 bond 2016 project and repurposing excess bond 2008, 2012, and 2016 funds for use on the residential street program.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. And this item is to repurpose $4.48 million of funding for the residential street program as a result of the annual capital improvement program closeout process. Got a PowerPoint here for you. The annual closeout process is the result of the financial policies that the council passed back in July of 2021. It's a comprehensive review of CIP projects and the related funds, and it involves the Office of Management and Budget, Finance and Business Analysis, and Engineering Services. Process includes several steps. One is to reconcile all the projects and funds, review and assess all encumbrances in the CIP program, and then an analysis of the funds to determine if the fund is eligible to be closed. And in order to be closed, the fund must, all budgeted projects must be completed, all encumbrances either expensed or liquidated, and any warranty periods have concluded. This is a bar graph of the bond programs, 8, 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. And as you can see, the first 8, 12, and 14 are basically complete. 16 with a very small issuance of only 19 million, and the only item left here is TxDOT participation, which that item is being recommended to be reprogrammed to the residential street area. Next graph is of the revenue bonds. We have closed out the 8, 10, 12, 13, and 15 revenue bonds. They don't have all of the funding in those revenue bonds has either been expensed or encumbered. Some results of the closeout process. Currently, we have 37 general obligation bond funds and 63 utility revenue bond funds. As a result of this process, 16 of the 37 general obligation bond funds will be closed. 28 of the 63 revenue bond issues will be closed. And the effort did result in 4.48 million of revenue bonds available to be reprogrammed. Also in the revenue bond area, that $8 million was identified to be repurposed. And this will allow the FY22 revenue bond issuances to be sold for less, and will decrease the interest we pay, and ultimately will decrease future utility rates. Additionally, I want to mention that there are 3 projects on North Beach in the Bond 2018 that are on hold due to the Harbor Bridge project, and a recommendation will be forthcoming on that funding. So the recommendation is for Bond 2012 to reschedule the Twig Street project to long-range CIP due to the delay of the Harbor Bridge project, and repurpose those funds. Also to repurpose Bond 2016 funding for TxDOT, which equates to about 1.9 million participation projects, for which no project has currently been identified. And this would result in 4.479 million for the residential street program, approximately 896,000 per council district. And city staff will be recommending a list of residential street projects for each council district to the city council for consideration of inclusion in the city's 5-year street infrastructure management program. I'll stand by for any questions you might have on this process.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to thank staff for actually making this happen. I know I beat up on you for a little bit on this, but you know, this is great, you know, considering all the needs we have in our residential streets. To repurpose some of these old bond funds makes a lot of sense, and then maybe revisit some of these at a later time. But I think putting the money into production, I think one of the terms our city manager likes to use the most. And so this makes a lot of sense. And like I said, this is I remember scouring the CIP and wanting to see where the additional money was coming from, and programming it the way the council needs to program it. And this is the absolute best use. So thank you. Thank you very much.
It is. And thank you again, to reiterate that, just for the efforts that you guys put forth in putting on. I mean, it's a lot of money, and nowhere better than streets across, you know, every district. So it's nice to see this. I imagine, Peter, moving forward, we will let those little extras set aside like this?
Right, so as part of the city council approved financial policies, this will be an annual process.
Okay, great.
So we'll look at all our accounts annually. The next time around, probably less that we'll bring forward, but still, as Councilman Hernandez says, it's better to put our funds into production than let them sit there for decades in some cases.
Right.
So this is a big cleanup, just under $4.5 million, puts about $900,000 of street work in each council district, and we'll be coming back to amend the IMP with those street projects after we work with the council members.
That's wonderful. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, just one question on the 2018 bond for the North Beach, the three streets. You and I haven't sat down and talked about that at all, so.
We're going to do that, Councilman. So I'm working with engineering too to get a little bit better understanding as to why some of the work hasn't been done. Of the three projects, I think one or two are probably not, I think they're dated at this point. And so those we'll have to repurpose. One project could probably start, but I need to sit down with engineering and better understand. And then we'll sit down with you when we schedule our meeting for next week or so, that we can begin our conversation on that. For you and I. We're not going to do anything until you and I sit down and talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I want to make sure.
Yeah, that's the clear.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing anything till you and I talk.
It's not included in this ordinance, sir.
I'm sorry, what, ma'am?
It's not included in this ordinance, sir.
I just want to make sure,
Yes,
because
sir.
you and I hadn't sat down, we talked
Right,
about
yeah, exactly,
sitting down.
We left those specifically off this reprogramming, so we can have a conversation with you and Councilman Pusley as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, explain to me now, for a novice, what happens when you bring these funds forward? They're obviously not being used now, but at one time they were included in a bond. These are all were designated for street rebuilding of some sort originally. So, so we made a commitment and a promise when we included these monies in the bond package. And I know it sounds really good to bring them forward, as Councilman Hernandez says, but how do we go back and readdress those areas that we're not taking care of? I mean, how does the process work? Are we going to include those in a future bond?
Yeah, so Councilman, there's only two projects, to use your language, that had a commitment. There's only two of the 4.5 million.
Okay.
That includes Twig Street in the near downtown,
Right.
which if we wait to the Harbor Bridge to get done, it's going to be over a decade that was sitting on that money.
Yeah.
So to keep that promise, we're going to put the Twig Street in the long-range capital improvement program.
Okay.
You'll see it in this budget coming up. So we're not abandoning the project. We're just saying we can do it, and it's going to be over 10 years
Okay.
since it was told to the voters that we would do it. And then the other one was a project that back in the day, the bond programs had set-asides for undefined projects. So that one was, this second project was a TxDOT participation match.
Right.
So if there was a project that TxDOT had and they wanted us to participate, then we would use the money. That one's been around for longer than 10 years, over a decade, so that's not a good promise to anybody.
Yeah.
So those monies are being put in neighborhood streets. The rest of the monies are all savings in project budgets where the work has been completed.
Okay.
And the
So we
voter has been
We
satisfied.
came in under budget or whatever.
Exactly, yes, sir. Or their
Okay.
interest earnings and
Okay.
in the account.
And the 4.5 million, you're going to put that into neighborhood streets?
Neighborhood streets, we're recommending to divide it by 5 for the 5 city council districts.
Okay.
That's about 900,000 per district.
Yeah.
We'll pick street projects that we have on our list and sit down with council members, see if the council members, everybody here is in agreement with those. As you know, our infrastructure management program is a list of projects over 5 years, with the 1 year being the one we're working on. That can only be changed nowadays by city council. And so city council will amend the 5-year IMP once we agree on those projects.
Okay. You don't have like a couple of thousand you could give to each one of us at-large members where we could? I'm just kidding.
This is not the county.
I'm just kidding.
Right.
All you people out there listening, watching on TV, that was a joke.
Yeah. Councilman Hernandez.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of go on that. I didn't specify that a lot of that funding was on money that was left over in bonds on projects that were completed, but that just hadn't been used, and it was sitting there. And how I noticed it is that our engineering department occasionally would come in with some funding that was not included as part of the original plan because they went over budget or the bids came in over, and they would just kind of had this little fund over here. And they were accessing funding that was kind of outside the scope, and it was just sitting there. Unencumbered funds that was sitting in an account. And so after looking at it, I said, well, that's not the appropriate way to do this. We need to go and have council appropriate that funding. And so that was where that came from. And I know we had several discussions, myself and finance department, about it and to scrub that so we know exactly how much it is and what we can use that for. And I can't think of a better purpose than residential streets. Thank you.
There's not a better purpose. That's right, because streets is our priority. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you very much. So with that.
I move for approval.
Actually, well, we're going to go ahead and open public comment, and then we'll come back to your moving it for approval. Anyone would like to make public comment on item number 19? Okay, there being none, I will close public comment.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, for any further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 20 is an ordinance authorizing acceptance and appropriation of a donation in the amount of $100,000 from the Chenier Foundation.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you for being here, ladies.
And congratulations, you did a great job on
Yeah.
that deal, and thank you for
It's great.
Chenier.
And thank you, Chenier, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Section N, first reading ordinances, items number 21 and 22. Item number 21 is an ordinance abandoning and vacating a 10-foot wide, approximately 1,272.5 feet long, or 12,725 square feet, portion of an existing 10-foot wide easement located at 6636 Yorktown Boulevard, conditioned on the dedication of a replacement easement.
Good afternoon, Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director. The purpose of this ordinance is to close, abandon, and vacate a 10-foot wide by approximately 1,272.5 feet in length utility easement out of Lot 14B, Section 21, Flower Bluff and Encinal and Garden Tracts. RFW AG Limited has requested the closure for a new development. Here's a vicinity map of the property, which is located at 6636 Yorktown Boulevard. The utility easement closure is shown in red and will be replaced by a new easement extension to accommodate public improvements on the site when the property is replatted. The existing electrical power lines will be relocated at the owner's expense. And staff recommends approval.
Okay, do we have any questions? I will go ahead and open any requests from the public, I'm sorry. Okay, there being no comment, I'm sorry, I'll entertain a motion to approve the first reading ordinance, item number 21.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And item number 22 is an ordinance appropriating for $281,090 from the Federal Aviation Administration pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, to provide rent relief to eligible small and large in-terminal concessions in the amounts of $224,872 and $56,218 respectively, located at Corpus Christi International Airport.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Elsie Borkstead, Assistant Director at the airport. This is a federal grant received from the FAA. We are here to appropriate the revenues so we can go ahead and also provide the necessary aid to the different concessionaires, in this case for in-terminal tenants.
Okay. I think this is a great thing.
Yes.
And
Excellent.
I mean, that's great. That's giving, our tenants some assistance, so thank you very much.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Section O, briefings. Item number 23 is a presentation briefing on proposed revisions to the Community Enrichment Fund policy.
Neiman's going to be making this presentation. Neiman, right? So this is just a briefing, Mayor and Council. I know there's a lot of interest on this. This briefing does two things. It recommends some policy revisions and how we apply the dollars when they come in. It recommends a new fee structure that is pretty neutral in terms of the rate that they're paying today would be the same under the new rate structure. That's a lot easier to understand. And then thirdly, it has a budget plan to put into production the over $2 million that exists today from a decade of money sitting there from prior dedication fees. So Neiman's going to go through the presentation. It's been in the works for many, many months. I know Councilman Pusley has asked for it. Councilman Hernandez has talked about it as well. So this is just a briefing. We'll come back in March with a consideration of approval by the City Council. Neiman?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As the city manager stated, this has been in the working since, I believe, April or May of last year. And when I say in the working, it's taking a combination of a working group comprised of the Parks and Recreation Department, Legal Department, the Office of Strategic Innovation, DSD, members of the city manager's office, and more importantly, with a stakeholder group that's comprised of individuals from the development community. Next slide. So, I know that we've visited with both council and the planning commission multiple times on this, so I won't get into a very drawn-out discussion regarding the presentation, but just for the benefit of the public that may be seeing this for the first time, just a quick review on the Community Enrichment Fund process. So what is the Community Enrichment Fund? The Community Enrichment Fund is a part of the Unified Development Code for the city that is set to establish open space for the city of Corpus Christi. And the way that the open space is gathered is by two different approaches. Number one, the city can ask a developer to dedicate land or pay a fee in lieu of dedicating that land. And then after the developer makes that decision, it can then make a decision to pay a park development fee or make park development improvements. So just to demonstrate that, let's first talk about land dedication or fee in lieu of land, also known as FILO. According to the UDC, there's a requirement for a developer to dedicate 1 acre of land for every 100 proposed dwelling units of residential houses that's built in a project. If the developer does not want to dedicate that land, they can then pay a fee to the city. That fee is comprised of a formula of A times V equals M, where A is the amount of land required for dedication, V is the fair market value per acre of that property, and M is the number of dollars to be paid in lieu of dedication of land. So to graphically depict that formula, we put this right here before you. Again, in this case, we utilize, to simplify it, a 100 dwelling unit example, where if someone had developed 100 dwelling units, they'd owe 1 acre of property to the city for land dedication for open space. In accordance to the UDC, the most that we could charge an individual for valuation of an acre is $62,500. So in this example, if a developer wanted to develop 100 units, they owe 1 acre. That acre would be $62,500 in fees if they decided that they was going to pay the FILO. And if they did decide to pay the FILO, they also had to pay the park development fee, which is $200 times the number of dwelling units. So in this example, it's $62,500 for the FILO, $20,000 for the park development fee, a total of $82,500 that would be owed to the city for developing a 100-unit project in the city of Corpus Christi. So, as the city manager has stated, City Council had stated that there had been a lot of concerns that's been expressed to them from the development community and different stakeholders regarding the current Community Enrichment Fund process. So when we were tasked, the working group was tasked to take a look into the Community Enrichment Fund. We identified some challenges in the current process, and then we identified some recommendations to make the process more transparent, easier to read, and basically to make it a more effective process and equitable to both the city and to the development community. Some of those challenges that we identified was, number one, there are too many budget line items that were made in the Community Enrichment Fund. As a development was created in the city of Corpus Christi, they would have a unique name that was assigned in the Community Enrichment Fund. So as developments grew from 1 to 100 to 200 to 300, well, those budget line items grew 1 to 200 to 300 as well. So as you can imagine that if you started in 2017 with one budget line item and one development, and now it's 2022 and we have 300 developments across the city of Corpus Christi, well, our accounting office is trying to keep up with expenditures and revenues that's coming in and out of over 300 line items in the Community Enrichment Fund. Naturally, this would cause challenges in accountability. It caused challenges in being able to produce reports and transparency for expenditures against the fund. And we have found that at one point that it grew so large that we didn't even make it to the 300 number. It ballooned to the point where new budget line items weren't even being created anymore. So when new development came in, instead of creating another unique budget line item, money would just be placed into an old legacy budget line item. So funds became intermingled, and it was hard to determine, hey, this is where funds came from, and this would be a legitimate expense to stay in keeping with compliance with the UDC. In addition, after further discussions with the development community, we had received concerns that having a formula-based fee process is confusing and leaves room for misinterpretation and dissonance between the city and the development community. So one thing that was suggested was, well, why don't we take a look at making a more simplified process, a flat fee that's not formula-based and is basically more straightforward. If you build X amount of dwelling units, the city wants X amount of dollars, so we can ensure that open space is preserved in the city of Corpus Christi. And we're going to talk to you all about what that looks like. But before we do, I've talked to you all about this before. To get out of the budget line item ballooning business, what we recommend is removing the restriction of a 5-mile radius requirement that's captured in the UDC, and instead just limiting or restricting expenditures against the fund to area development zones where you have the Northwest, Airport, West Side, Midtown, and so forth. And that way, you won't have to concern yourself with trying to keep an account for 165 line items or 300 line items. In this process, you'd only have to keep up with nine line items. And we feel that that'll make it much more transparent and make it much more accountable with the accounting department and the finance department. And more importantly, when we develop our reports, if asked by council or if asked by the development community, it's easier to see where monies came in and where monies has went out. In addition, we recommended the area development zone because it is a recognized policy within City Council. City Council approves the area development zone. The development community knows what area development zones are, and citizens across the city know what area development zones are. So there's no more trying to concern ourselves with try to standardize a name and try to figure out, okay, where's Flower Bluff West? What development is that? Or where is Cimarron Estates 3? No, the money was made by development that was contributed in the Northwest Area Development Zone. I think that that's easily identifiable, and we can make sure that those monies are spent legitimately. So after much discussions with the development community, we had decided that we wanted to remain in keeping with, at the least, keeping the same amount of revenue that the city currently realizes in the Community Enrichment Fund. So we negotiated back and forth on what that fee would look like, and we settled at a proposal of $462.50 per dwelling unit. We did our calculations on that math, and I'm going to invite Dr. Dante Gonzalez up, and he's going to quickly walk you all through the math just to let you know how that financially impacts us at $462.50.
Thank you, Dr. Young, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So with this proposal to simplify the Community Enrichment Fund in this slide that you're seeing, which is slide number 8, what we've done is that we've taken what our current system is of 100, if there was a 100-acre development and 6 houses were being developed per acre, we would collect the total of a community enrichment funds of about $270,000 at an average price of an acre at $25,000. In the proposed, if we were taking just one fee, we would base it off of the amount of units that are being made. So in the 600 dwelling units that are being created at $462.50, we would collect $277,000, which would be a difference of about $7,000. If we use a 1,500 dwelling unit example, then we would collect $675,000 with the current system, and in the proposed system, we would collect $693,000. So it would be a difference of about $18,000. So this is consistent and equitable to what we're currently collecting right now.
And if I can, since we're on the fee, so Neiman mentioned one of our work entities was the stakeholder group of the development community. You notice it's not in the audience, but they're supportive of this fee structure and rate. Otherwise, they'd probably be here complaining against it. So Neiman's done a good job. We've actually delayed this presentation several times to make sure they're in agreement with the rate. It is neutral, but in the future, we will recommend to council an increase in the rate as costs to construct parks continue to go up.
Right.
So we're somewhat in line with other Texas cities, but it's really not enough money to develop a robust park in a great community. So for now, as long as we can change the policy and get some of these fundamentals, decades old worth of issues out of the way, we can come back later a date and see about the fees.
Okay.
So in addition to establishing a flat fee, another proposed recommendation from the working group includes establishing a methodology for expenditures against the Community Enrichment Fund. That includes establishing an annual Community Enrichment Fund budget that would be developed and carried alongside the operating budget and annual capital budget. And in addition, just like with the capital budget and operating budget, that would be taken to council for consideration and adoption. However, it also will be taken to the town halls and community engagement, so there's maximum input from the general public and the development community on those expenditures that's going to be made against the fund. We'll now turn it back over to Dante. We're going to talk about our proposed budget for fiscal year 22 for the Community Enrichment Fund.
So basically what we've done here is that we've taken what's currently in the, thank you, Neiman. So basically what we've done here is we've taken what's currently in the fund of about $2.8 million, and we've broken it down into several needs that we have identified either through utilizing the 10-year Parks Master Plan Needs Assessment, as well as taking into consideration where the majority of these buildings, developments have been. So for District 5, we have Bill Witt Park, which we would add this is a 136-acre park, special use park, and we would add amenities such as water fountains, shade structures, picnic tables, irrigation improvements, lighting improvements, also repaving the parking lot and access through the park at $1.2 million. In District 1, we would add what we propose is to add a kayak launch pad, the design and the initial construction. We know that this park is one of the only parks in the city that you can actually camp. Kayaking is one of those amenities that you typically do when you're camping. So this would be a nice amenity to add in that particular park. We've also included some baseball fields improvements, which would include several throughout the city, not just in one particular area, but in several different districts, which would include District 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah, it's in the
No.
The budget is in the Legistar. Okay, I'm just wondering.
Oh.
Okay.
And then finally, we have some neighborhood parks, which we have taken the Parks Master Plan to do some needs assessment on there, to include some playgrounds, also some walking pads, as well as some tennis court improvements in District 4.
So let me apologize because the budget is in the Legistar, but I'm not sure what system the council's using. We will make sure that there's a hard copy brought to you all.
Yeah. He thought there was a presentation to go with what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yes, sir. When we try to incorporate it into the PowerPoint, it makes it real small, so that's why we was utilizing it as a separate document so it's readable.
Yeah.
So.
Dr. Gonzalez, the tennis courts in Flower Bluff, you said.
Yes, correct. So we would resurface the tennis courts we would do some improvements, and then we would also see if maybe there's a possibility of some pickleball there,
Yeah.
since that is
We
something
need
that
to
is.
talk to, and I think I know I've told you this before, and I have not delivered. I have a file on that. The Tennis Association, I don't know now, you know, with COVID and everything that happened, I know that set them back, but they were very much wanting to partner with us in terms of some grant monies through the, what is it? The tennis, what is it called?
Tennis Success?
No, the national one.
Oh, yeah.
Tennis, what is it? Whatever, Tennis Association.
Mhm.
Forget the acronym, but anyway, that's something we really need to talk to them about.
Okay.
Anyway,
definitely.
I'll find that folder. Don't, I'm like, the, is it? I'm like,
Michael knows.
NRA, isn't that NRA?
Yeah, you're old.
Okay, anyway, that's great. That's really good news because those tennis courts are in great need. Okay,
So that would be basically the current budget that we have as a broad overview of the different things that we're considering by utilizing this
with
particular
these
funds.
monies. Okay, and I know we
Right.
have some questions and,
Mayor, can I just add on that? So the total amount of money is 2.8 million that has been generated over a decade. We're recommending that just under 50%, about half, goes into District 5, where much of the development has occurred, right, over the past many years. So of the 2.8, more than one, or a little over 1.3 would be recommended for District 5. Then the remaining districts get between 12 to 16%, or about 350,000 to 450,000. So you can see that we're cognizant of where the funds came from.
right.
And we want to be cognizant of Councilman Hernandez's issue on this. So just about half goes into District 5.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
That's half of the remaining.
Well, thank you.
funds.
As we're going through the redistricting process, we've seen both District 5 and District 4 have grown substantially on there. District 5 more at 77 population, but District 4 is 73,000. And I think this needs to be taken into consideration. Particularly, you've got the geographic distance on the island with it. On the island, they're putting in their own dog parks on there. They're contributed to Aquarius on there. We know what the Flower Bluff community is doing on their parks is, you know, they're providing the swimming pool with it. They're enhancing their park. So let's not say District 5 is the only growth area, because we can see it just flat in that redistricting on there. So District 5 has grown more, no doubt about it, but about 2/3 of District 5 growth has been in District 4. And when we did our budget for the current 22-23, or 20, yeah, the 21-22 budget, when we were allocating dollars out, District 4 was by far the lowest district on there. So to see this allocation, District 4 ranking 4th, where it's the second largest district, the second most growth, coupled with what we saw in last budget cycle on there, I'd like for us to do a little better. And Dante, I missed where you know, I went through it about Parker Park on the resurfacing in the packet. I just flat missed it. I said, what happened to Parker Park? The tennis court resurfacing. So you're bringing it up. I'm glad it hadn't been forgotten. It's a big deal. Is looking at the zones. I think it's real important. It's a great job. The two doctors sitting there with it. But we need to split Padre Island and Mustang Island apart. You look at the map on it, and it's about 15 miles from one end to another. It's split by the state park, which is about 4 miles long. So you have a real geographic distance between those two on there.
Yes, sir. I'm glad that you brought that up. That was actually captured in the back of this presentation as a request for information number 6. Can we split the larger area development zones to make them more to account for their size? And so we did take a look at that, and that's what this would look like. If you'll notice that in addition to the 9 area development zones that we presented at the beginning of the presentation, we included Southside A and Southside B, and then we divided Padre Island into Mustang Island and Padre Island. So this is the way that the ordinance that's in the packet is written to include south side as an A and B and include Mustang Island in there. And that's what we're going to be requesting that the Planning Commission approve and City Council adopt.
Well, thank you. The Mustang Islanders will appreciate that they're not in Padre Island.
Right, sir. So it's 11 area development zones in the ordinance as is written.
Well, thank you, and I'm sorry, one last thing. So I saw we have a CPI adjuster on the acreage fee, but I didn't see it in the $200 fee. Is there a CPI adjuster in that?
The $200 fee is going away. Again, we're making it
so
just
it
a flat, one
it's
flat fee.
adjusting to zero, everything.
Yes, one flat fee that have a CPI adjuster that goes into effect.
Starting in 24, yeah,
2024,
January
sorry.
24.
2
Okay.
years.
And I'm really glad we're in an inflationary time on there, that I think all of our fee schedules, if possible, ought to have a CPI adjustment factor on it. So, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Neiman, if you go back to page 7, where you show so if I understand you correctly, instead of, you're gonna break the city up into these zones, and if you do a project, say, within the south side zone, and let's say you're gonna do it in Bill Witt Park. So as far as your accounting is concerned, are you gonna list it South Side Zone, Bill Witt Park, or are you not going to worry about the Bill Witt Park designation?
We're not going to worry about the Bill Witt Park designation.
It's just going to go in the south side?
Yes, sir. Then any expenditures out of that fund would go to a park, or a parkland that's in the south side. Okay.
Well, it seems to me like that's not helping the situation if we're trying to determine where funds are going exactly.
Well, there's 2 answers to that. Number one, when we had discussions with the development community about that, they agreed with it because they felt that it did make it a simpler process. It's easier for them to follow the dollar as well because, as stated before, now it's just 9, or in this case, 11 area development zones.
Okay.
Number one. And then number 2, we tried that process before where we tried to make it more specific. And again, that's how we ballooned to the 165 to 300 units. So we're trying to get out of that business of being convoluted, keep it a simplified process, and that, yes, it takes away from trying to keep, monies within 5 miles of a project, but I think there's more value in it being able to account for this funding and ensure that
I'm not worried about the 5-mile deal if it's located in here. I just wonder if we would have scenarios where people would come into council chambers here and say, well, I live in this south side zone, but my park over here by my house never gets any money spent. And everybody will look at each other and go, well, did we ever spend any money over there or not?
Yes, sir.
So when the developers say it's simpler and we say it's simpler, I understand that. But for a go-forward process, our responsibility to the constituents, does that help our case?
Well, there's another issue with that as well. To address that concern where citizens their voices being left out of the process, that's why we're recommending that there be an annual community tuition fund that, again, is engaged with the general public, just like the operating fund and the capital budget. That gives citizens the opportunity to come in and say, hey, wait a minute, my park's not on there, or, the facility that affects my neighborhood isn't on there. I want something added on there. So now we'll formalize that process to gain that citizen input, and there shouldn't be any more concerns about individuals coming into council saying that then we're left out of the process on deciding how those funds are going to be spent.
Okay. Okay, and my last comment will be, and I understand that these monies are dedicated for where development is going, but the northwest area of Corpus Christi gets left out of that piece of the pie. I know we're going to allocate some money, but we get left out because we don't have near the development going on in our area. And so our ability to create open space functionality is diminished somewhat, as it is for other areas of Corpus Christi. So I just wanted to express that point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Councilman, so in our last bond program, we put significant investment in West Guth Park. And you may recall that in the Northwest, that's a high growth area for new residential starts for Steel Dynamics workers. The City Council has approved 3 developments with the city partners to help fund some of that infrastructure. So you'll see more money coming in for park development in those areas. Labonte Park has a master plan underway, and the old Cunningham water treatment plant that's right next to it. The goal is to combine those two. That'll probably be one of the biggest parks in the city, and so we have.
No, I appreciate that, and I
Right.
realize that's happening, but there's, you know, there's really Guth Park is kind of the last park going out that way. I know you have big plans for Labonte Park, but only the part where that old water treatment plant is located is going to ever be developable to where you can continually use it because of the flooding issues on the lower part. You know, I'll remind you that the soccer league that operated at Labonte Park for years came to the county on bending knee and said, can you please find us a place to go because we're tired of rebuilding our soccer fields at Labonte Park. And they no longer play there. We built them a field. So, we just need to be cognizant of that. The large growth in the Cal Allen area has not been addressed by the city. There has not been significant spending on parks in that area in a very long time.
Right.
And what you did in last budget is probably the most that's been done in a long time.
Good. We'll keep doing that in that area.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. And I just want to have some clarification on this. The funding that you'd mentioned, $2.8 million, is that what's remaining in the fund?
Yes, sir.
And how much was already spent? I mean, we spent money on Cole Park Pier. And so when you say 50%, you're saying 50% of the remaining money, not 50% of the total, right?
Yes, sir.
To alleviate Councilman Smith's concern there.
Yes, sir. If you look in the list jar, in the budget, we did account for expenditures since 2019. That's a separate tab that's in the spreadsheet for the budget, as you had requested, and I could walk you through those percentages. Since 2019, the city has spent $731,588 on District 1, which is 12% of the funding. They spent $2,385,504 on District 2, which is 13%. $967,937, which is 16% for District 3. $863,359, or 12% for District 4. And $2,352,008 on District 5.
Where's this? What page on the presentation? Or is it in the budget page?
It's in the budget. It's in the budget in the legislature. That percentage is there, right there. Percentages, so.
Are you using this?
Total?
Is that what you're using? Oh, yeah, no. Right.
That's not it.
Where does it get? All the way to the end?
Were you adding them all?
Yeah. Panel. Two, three, three. So. 2,352 plus 298. Okay, 2 million. Okay, I'm sorry. I stand corrected for District 5. 2 million and approximately 652,808, which is slightly over 16 or 17%.
Now, this is funding that was spent out of the community enrichment funds, or is this all spending from Parks and Recreation?
No, community enrichment funds, sir.
Okay, because you know the community enrichment funds are one source. I mean, this last year's budget we had $32 million in the Parks and Recreation's budget, so I think it's somewhat not completely, accurate in terms of how much money was spent in each district, just to say from this particular number. And, and what was it, right? Was it the dog park? Was it, what was actually spent and from where?
So the spreadsheet is based off of the Community Enrichment Fund expenditures? Are you asking, you wanted to know the expenditures of Community Enrichment Fund and like capital?
To Councilman Pusley's point, I mean, it's not, community enrichment funds aren't the sole source. It's, community enrichment funds are based on the location of the specific subdivision and where the closest park to it, taking into consideration natural barriers like arterials, highways, and those kind of things, and then for regional parks to be within 5 miles or with, in that aspect. So, that's not the only source for park funding. So I don't want this to sound like, that these districts, these are monies paid in by these subdivisions that did not provide property or land, and there's a funding in lieu of it. So the funding should be as part of that agreement via the UDC, that should be spent in those areas. But, this was not something that we got previously in terms of how far back and what was actually spent. Do you know what this was actually, where this money was actually spent, what parks were they spent on, and the location? Because, I mean, if you're looking at it from the percentage of District 5, I can say that doesn't always make a clear denotion. Like, you have money assigned to St. Andrews Park, but there's really no development around St. Andrews Park. But I don't know, would you consider St. Andrews a regional park?
No.
No,
No,
it is not.
Right,
No, sir,
so,
correct.
and it's just the way you kind of provide this information and where the actual parks where this money was spent in. So, I understand what you're saying, and honestly, what you're proposing isn't necessarily a bad thing going forward. It's how you spend the money that was already collected and where that should be spent based on the agreement we made with developers based on what the language is of the UDC, which has always been my position. If we as a council decide to go in a different direction and collect money different to make it easier, that's fine. It's the existing money that goes back and how that we've done that. Now, I've asked our city auditor to be here in the sense of what we're still lacking in order to finish up that audit so we can proceed forward. At our audit committee, she had told us she was waiting on some transactions from Parks Department. Can you speak to what's holding that up?
I am actually not sure specifically what transactions that she's holding up on.
Okay, well, let's ask Kimberly to.
Oh, here's Kimberly.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to speak on her behalf.
Good afternoon, Kimberly Houston. So we got majority of those documents. Right now, we're in the process of getting records pulled from PeopleSoft, and we're working with IT on that.
So how much more do you need?
It's all contingent on the data we can get from PeopleSoft, because we have to identify the source of the money to be able to point out what particular development or park that the money should be spent. So although the money could be spent, we need to make sure that we can identify where the money originated from. And some of that money goes back as far as before N4.
Before N4, which is our current system. Okay, so what we're looking at here is, but we can figure it out, right?
It looks like we have a path to figure it out, yes.
Okay. So I would ask that our Parks Department, or, how you're doing this, to allow us the opportunity to figure that out before moving forward. Now, if we're looking at this for 2023, implement this in 2023? With the new budget cycle?
We was looking to implement this in fiscal year 22.
Right now,
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it in production, sir.
All right, so I guess what we're really looking at, what you're really concerned is the amount of money that's existing and put it into production, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
So what I was asking in terms of for the audit is to make sure we determine where that money should be spent and spend it under that system that we promised that we collected it under, and then anything going forward should be under the new system, right? That's how I kind of projected.
I thought Kim's audit was on what has been spent. She's not looking at where the money came from. She's looking at what has been spent before 2019? Is that what you? 16?
16.
Well, no, what our discussion was where the money has been, what money has been spent. We know what money's been spent. We're asking if it's been spent appropriately based on
Where the source of the money
where the source of the money
originated.
came from.
Okay.
Now,
you
there's
finding
two,
the
there's
source?
two funds. There's two funds here, right? There's the $200, I forget what it's called.
Park development fee.
The park development fee, which I don't think has any restrictions on it, right? There's no restrictions on that $200 fee. And then the restriction areas where it is on the acreage fee where it has to be spent within that particular area. So that's
5
what I'm
miles.
concerned about. If it's the $200 fee, I think maybe we might be covering the areas that we
Yeah.
need to, right?
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we're clear on where we're spending this, because I go back to my argument about credibility. And what we say that we agreed to do in the UDC, it's not just because it's too complicated now that we want to change it, okay? If we make an agreement, or if we set something in black and white, that we should follow that, what we said we were going to do. And that has been my whole issue with this, is making sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do in accordance with the UDC, and it's the 3 tests, not just the 5 miles. It's also taking into consideration natural barriers and the closest to that particular subdivision. So I thank you for going in this direction and wanting to put this money into production, but I think, holding off, a week or a month isn't going to make that much of a difference, and we can do it the right way on the way we promised.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we've got about 5 minutes before we start our community input meeting. So I'm going to go through. Councilman Barrera, you have a comment or question?
Yes, I'll be very quick.
Okay.
Okay, so, dovetailing on Councilman Pusley's comment with regard to the Northwest, so then I ask about the west side. Now, once again, I want to thank this team for their generosity, particularly with Salinas Park. But, and then also I see obviously some improvements on Garcia Park. But so how is it that we can ensure that there's some, some parity with regard to west side, with regard to downtown, typically areas that aren't going to be developed?
Yes, sir. I think that if we were looking at parity, as we develop future annual budget for the Community Enrichment Fund, I don't think that we'd be achieving the aim that you're looking for, sir, where there's significant money being invested into the district. I think that, and the way that the Community Enrichment Fund is set up is by design that, like has been stated, those larger development, those growing districts are the ones that's going to get the bulk of that money. But I like to also state that we keep in mind the Community Enrichment Fund isn't only funding source for parkland in the city alone. We do have the capital budget, we do have the parks and operational budget, and a myriad of other funding streams that we've tapped into.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Like I said, I know that, we use CDBG funds for,
Yes,
we
sir.
put, probably $1.8 million in Salinas Park over the last 3 years, which
Yes, sir.
I'm quite grateful for.
Yes,
It's
sir.
just that, how do we ensure that continuity, same thing for District 2, or, that area, downtown, obviously, there's not gonna be any residents out there, any development out there, but, we've got a marquee park out there, so that's one thing, is that, because that's part of how this came about, was the money coming to Cole Park, which is something that I was very much in support of, but how can we ensure that we're gonna be confident that those areas are gonna be invested? Just food for thought. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I brought up this concern the last time too, was the equity and how it's distributed, whether we're looking at the big picture and taking all that money into consideration, or looking at these funds in particular. The thing is when you decide to take money instead of land for a park, then that location isn't getting a new park, right? The money's going in there for improvements on parks that have been there, but at what point can you not make any improvements anymore? I guess theoretically you can always make improvements on the parks, but we don't necessarily want only the improvements going to one particular park. Which brings another concern to me is that I'm seeing all these new subdivisions, all these new developments, and no parks going in, right? Instead, we're getting the money in lieu of the land for the parks. What's our long-term plan for that? I mean, do we want new parks in these areas? Are we doing anything to make sure that there are adequate parks for the kids that live in those neighborhoods? Or are we just concerned about getting the money to work on old parks that have been there?
Yes, sir. We are looking at that. Discussions are being had with the senior staff regarding a long-term master plan for more park space, especially like in the London area. That's going to experience that growth boom. So that's not lost on us. In addition, that's one consideration that we have been having discussions with the Parks and Recreational Master Plan. Hey, are we going to need more parkland? And if so, where does that parkland need to go? And when do we hit a saturation point in our current inventory? But the reality is, we have how many parks in our inventory? 191 parks?
196.
So we really need to be very strategic in the addition to the city's portfolio, and that's the discussions that we're having now to make sure that we are.
But those parks are in the areas that aren't the newly developed areas, right?
Right, Councilman Martinez, the policy that's in place allows the developer to give us the space if they want to give, and what we've realized or recognized is that the space they've offered the development community has been less than optimal. Just not good developable park space. It's in floodplain, it's oddly shaped, it's basically unusable. So in recent times, we've said, you know what, we've rejected that, which is good, because we've ended up with a lot of parcels that aren't usable for parks, and we've taken the fee in lieu of. Now, on the second point, we're gonna set up a strategic meeting with developers, especially in the London area, and map out ahead of time, where do we want our parks? And either they buy the land or we buy the land, we put it in a bond program, so that we're not doing just what you said, which is you have subdivision after subdivision and no parks anywhere.
Right.
So we're gonna do it now. If you look at some of these maps in there, London is a blank slate. The London Area Development Plan, wide open space. So let's now, as the council and the community, pick where we want those parks, acquire them, and secure them for parkland for the future, and build the neighborhoods around them, like they used to do in the inner city.
Right, and I think you have to do that because the way that it's set up, and the reason they're all doing this is because there's more value in just paying you the money than not developing that acre.
Well, it's because, they learned to give us less than optimal space. And we got smart enough and started rejecting it, saying we don't want it. It's not worth anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to do that though, and you're going to start?
We're going to start that, right. We're going to get a plan together, our meeting together, meet with the developers, our planning team, our parks team, and it's going to take a little bit of time to come up with a strategy in the London and the south side areas of where do we want to start buying property for parkland.
Right,
Yep.
please do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right, that concludes any questions, and thank you for the presentation. There's no action required here, so with there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.